Thank you. Okay, welcome members, and welcome to those of you joining online, and just to ask you to remember to mute your mobile phones and that no recording or photography of the meeting is allowed. So if you're content, I'll proceed with the agenda. So we have apologies. We have apologies from Sinead. I think everybody else is. Oh, sorry, Philip is in the building, so he should be here shortly. Any declarations of interest to declare? No. Okay, so just one item of, a couple of items of chairperson's business. The first is to welcome Deborah to the committee. You're very welcome, Deborah. We worked together along with Carol on the health committee a couple of years ago, so I look forward to working with you on this committee as well. Okay, so item 3.1, the Katie Trust safeguarding and governance concerns. I'm going to refer you to pages 6 to 9 of the pack, and just to remind members that on our meeting on the 17th of June. Oh, sorry. Is that right?
Yes. No, sorry. Just at last week's meeting.
Okay, so sorry, at last week's meeting, we agreed for the chair and deputy chair to attend an informal meeting with a representative from the Katie's Trust to discuss any violence against women and girls. Following this meeting being arranged, I received further correspondence from an individual, and I'm going to suggest the committee moves into closed session briefly to discuss this letter and next steps as it relates to data protection issues. Thank you.
Committee Room 30. Sound. 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 Committee Room 30. Sound.
Members, we're back in public session now, so.
Okay, members, just to recap, it's agreed that the informal meeting of the 17th of June will now not go ahead at this stage, and that we'll await the outcome of the issues discussed and schedule the briefing for a later date.
Okay, if appropriate. Yes. Okay, thank you everybody. So draft minutes, item 3 there. So draft minutes from our meeting on the 20th of May are now found on pages 11 to 20 of your pack. I'm just asking are members content with these?
Yep, great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and sign them. In terms of matters arising, no matters are arising. So members, we're going to have a briefing now as a number of victims and survivors have written to the committee over the past week. I would like to express my thanks for their contributions, that they have taken the time, the phone calls, etc., that we've all received of people's response to the consideration stage debate. So we want to discuss these matters in closed session, and so I'm going to seek your agreement to go ahead and go into closed session.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Committee Room 30. Sound. 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 Committee Room 30, 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 Sound. Committee Room 30. 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 Sound. Committee Room 30, 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 Sound. Committee Room 30. 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 Sound. Committee Room 30, 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 Sound.
Okay, members, welcome back. So I'm just going to ask the clerk to read onto the record what we decided during the closed session, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the committee agreed to commission legal advice regarding the posthumous date in the bill, and also to request that TEO officials keep the committee informed regarding their engagement with Mr Carroll on future amendments to the bill.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, members, so while we're waiting for our witnesses to arrive for our oral briefing, I think we'll just go ahead and deal with correspondence. Okay, members, so I'm going to refer you to pages 337 to 343 of your pack for a summary of the committee correspondence. I just want to draw your attention to a number of items. 10.5, I'm going to refer you to pages 384 to 386 of your pack. So just to advise that the committee has received a response from the Director of the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression to the committee's correspondence of the 14th of May regarding the establishment of the Castlereagh Foundation. So just to advise that Dr Katie Radford wrote to the Northern Ireland Office Permanent Secretary on the 29th of December 2025 seeking a conversation that would enable the commencement of her work, including that of the formation of the Castlereagh Foundation. A TU official informed Dr Radford at a board meeting last week that there have been discussions with NIO about the commencement for the next stage of the powers being enacted. However, they have not been given any further information about the dates, attendees, agenda, nor contents of these meetings. So just to remind that the committee also wrote to the Secretary of State on the 18th of May this year in relation to this matter, and we are awaiting a reply. So I'm going to seek your agreement to note this item and agree to the Department to request an update on discussions between NIO and the Executive Office regarding the Castlereagh Foundation, and to highlight the need to continue to press the NIO to progress the commencement of the necessary legislation to enable the Office to carry out its functions in full. Go ahead please, Philip.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with your proposal. So I just do have concern at one of the paragraphs from the Commissioner where she stated that due to staffing limitations, I do not have someone to take a minute of this meeting. You know, these commissioners are important roles, and why they don't have resource to even have someone to take a note of a meeting, which is also a requirement under legislation that was passed by this House. I think we need to raise concern with the Executive Office that clearly this Commissioner's Office hasn't even been given enough resource to be able to even have someone to take a note. So I just think that is a concern, and that Dr Radford should have the support that she needs and deserves.
Okay, are we content with that?
Great.
Okay, yes, thank you. And we're everybody content with the other recommendation about writing to the Department?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on then, Minister of Health Programme for Government. I'm going to refer you to pages 394 to 397, just to advise that the committee has received a response from the Health Minister to our correspondence of the 24th of April this year, requesting information on the Programme for Government funding, and specifically how much of this has been spent on the private sector in efforts to tackle waiting lists. The Minister has provided the following figures. Waiting list initiatives, £44,343,367 has been spent on independent sector providers from April 2025 to the end of February 2026 in addressing red flag, time critical waiting lists. And then there's backlog clearance, and so 20,894,004 has been spent on the independent sector providers to address long wait backlog clearance. So just to advise that the Minister has also highlighted that given the scale of backlog of patients awaiting assessment and treatment, it is anticipated that the relationship with the independent sector will remain necessary for the foreseeable future. And just to further advise that the first annual report for PFG, we're waiting for it to be published this afternoon. A written ministerial statement regarding the publication was sent to members yesterday under embargo, and officials will brief the committee on the report at its meeting on the 10th of June. So I'm just going to seek your agreement to note this item, or would anybody like to speak to it, comment on it?
Great.
Make the comment, Chair. The First and Deputy First Minister probably should have made that statement as an oral statement in the House, and not release it under embargo on a sitting day, and then have it as a written statement when they can't be questioned on. But
Well, I think we're still waiting for confirmation that we'll be here in a few weeks, but I do take your point. So, members, moving on then to pages 414 to 419 of your pack, and this is in relation to correspondence received from the Victims and Survivors Service to our correspondence of the 15th of May this year, requesting further information regarding its community and voluntary sector partners and demographic research. VSS has indicated that one partner organisation funded by themselves had recent engagement with the Charity Commission, CCNI, in response to issues of concern which were raised with CCNI, and they have provided VSS with communication issued from CCNI to the trustees, which outlines that having assessed all relevant information, and CCNI decided to issue self-regulatory guidance. So just to advise that in relation to demographics, whilst its remit for formal research in relation to victims and survivors rests with the Commissioner, VSS regularly capture and monitor data across all areas of its service. Specifically on demographics, VSS routinely records data relating to age, gender, postcode and circumstances, and some of this data is set out in Annex A of the correspondence. So I'm going to seek your agreement to note this item. Okay, so Deputy First Minister, Historical Clerical Child Abuse. I'm going to refer you to pages to 420 to 422 of your package, just to advise that the committee has received a response from TO to the committee's correspondence of the 24th of April 2026 regarding historical clerical child abuse. On the 30th of April, junior ministers held an online meeting with 7 members of the HCCI reference group, 6 victims and survivors plus Amnesty International. In the meeting, junior ministers spoke of TO's intentions to move forward with a programme of work to improve safeguarding and also to develop bespoke support services for victims and survivors of clerical abuse. They have also indicated that while TO acknowledges the positive role that Lisa Caldwell played as chair of the Interdepartmental Working Group, as previously outlined, the task for which she was appointed concluded where the research reports were completed and presented to TO, and they have no plans to appoint a further chair. So just to remind that the committee wrote to the Deputy First Ministers on the 21st of May 2026 requesting a meeting is arranged in the coming weeks to discuss the TO research and recommendations with ICAS, and members also wrote to the department on 21st of May 2026 to request that HCCA is included as a topic for discussion when ministers come before the committee, hopefully on the 1st of July. I'm just going to seek your agreement to note this item.
Right.
Okay, Timothy, did you want in on this item?
Yeah, if possible, Chair.
Go ahead.
I've raised a number of times about the absence of any pathway for somebody to report spiritual abuse. We've wrote to the First and Deputy First Minister a number of times on different issues regarding historical abuse. I would like some sort of guidance of how we can put this as an action to ensure that if there is somewhere that somebody can report spiritual abuse, that's laid out as a pathway. We're always reactive and we're looking at things that has happened 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, whereas I believe this is something that is happening in our present day. When there's a number of victims were in front of us, this was a topic that was raised, and I believe we haven't got to a conclusion yet. We've contacted the Charities Commission, no joy there. We need to identify that if somebody has concerns about spiritual abuse, where they can go and get them concerns aired and raised at.
Yeah, so do we want to write to the Executive Office about that? Is that maybe in terms of whether this is going to factor in with its work or whether it's a standalone piece of work? Are we content?
I don't know what spiritual abuse is. I'm sorry. I'm not being funny. I don't know what he means. Timothy?
Timothy has spoken about it before. Go ahead, Timothy, just
Yeah, so
get on
just
record.
briefly, what I would have concerned about is somebody in a position of trust within a church, regardless of denomination, where they've used that position of power and ultimately taken advantage of somebody, and it has caused them mental harm. And I think that's something that in 10, 15, 20, 30 years' time, I don't want to be hearing that this is our next inquiry. This is something I believe it's not very widespread, but it's something a number of people have raised concerns with me on. And to date, I haven't been able to get to the bottom of, well, this is the pathway, this is the place you go to report that.
Okay, I suppose because we haven't seen the research findings, we don't know whether this was something that that came up in terms of the present day. So look, I think we could flag it. I think I'd be content for us to flag it, see if it's being factored into this work that they're looking at in terms of safeguarding. But also, as the Assistant Clerk has pointed out there, so we have the Northern Ireland Survival Council, Nothing About Us, Expert Survivor Insights Report findings presentation. That's going to be on the 24th of June. So I think it's maybe an opportunity then, Timothy, to raise that as well in terms of, because we know that that group are working closely with the department on this piece of work. Is that okay?
And I've no problem raising that stage, Chair, but that's a group coming forward, whereas I want to understand what public body
Yes.
that this issue needs to be raised with, not, it needs to feed into the bigger picture when we're talking about historical abuse. This is happening currently in this day and age. Not very often, but I do believe that there needs to be some government department, somebody take ownership of this issue, that if somebody has concerns, that they're raised and investigated.
Well, I suppose the reason why I raise that is because we know that Nicola, who is working very closely with the department at the minute as a survivor, she also is involved with this organisation, so that's where the crossover is. I'm conscious that our next panels are in the room now, but I just want to finish this item off. Are we content then to direct the executive? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so Committee for Finance, excuse me, guidance to departments. We're going to refer you to pages 423 to 438 of your pack. Just to advise that the committee has received correspondence from the Committee for Finance regarding guidance to departments in absence of a budget for 2026-27. This includes a spreadsheet setting out the contingency planning envelopes for each department and detail of the approach taken in determining the envelope for each department. The amounts are limited to the amount that can be authorised by the Department of Finance Permanent Secretary. They do not reflect the full level of resource and capital DEL available for 2026-27. So just to advise that in the absence of an agreed budget and a number 2 budget bill, estimates cannot be prepared for the June main estimates process. This will likely mean that there will be no monitoring round in June if there's no agreed budget. So just to seek your agreement to note this item and agree to write to departmental officials to come before the committee to provide an overview of the TO contingency planning envelopes in the absence of an agreed budget. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the clerk to read some other items onto the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, item 10.2 is a Hansard report in relation to the Victim Payments Scheme, Victim Payments Board on the 13th of May. Item 10.3 is a Hansard report on the Victim Payments Scheme and Victim Support Programme, Commission for Victims and Survivors and the Victims and Survivors Service, dated 13th of May. Item 10.4, Legal Services 65th Report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. There are no rules in the report relevant to the TEO. Item 10.7, First Minister and Deputy First Minister has written a statement on the publication of the COVID-19 inquiry reports for modules 3 and 4, dated 20th of May, and a copy of the statement was also emailed to members on the 20th of May. Item 10.9, from the Minister for Community Response to correspondence of the 27th of March on ending violence against women and girls, and an update on departmental work in that area. And finally, item 10.10, from the Committee for Communities relating to equality impact assessments and cross-departmental cooperation. So if members are content to note those.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. I'm going to go to Carol and then bring Timothy in. Go ahead, please, Carol.
So, I just found the Head of Civil Service response to the Communities Committee on Equality Impact Assessment. Hold on to get what page it's at. It was a masterclass in saying everything and saying nothing. I think it's some 409 to 4010. I mean, I would actually like to get a presentation from Hawks on how they're going to do this, particularly if there's no agreed budget. But I mean, people can read it themselves. I've just been left more frustrated reading the correspondence.
Okay, so is that a formal proposal then? We could invite the Head of Civil Service? Yeah, are people content? Agreed, okay. Timothy, please.
10.7, quickly regarding the COVID modules 3 and 4, that came out the same day that we were getting our briefing last week, and I had raised during that briefing my belief that it should be the First and Deputy First Minister presenting on the findings. Have we any plans in the near future to get a briefing on the findings of the 3 and 4 modules, and who will be presenting that?
Well, as you'll recall, last week, Timothy, we agreed that we would write to the First and Deputy First Minister to ask them to come before committee as a separate item agenda, just on the COVID module reports and recommendations. So the Assistant Clerks confirmed that invite did go out last week. So we're waiting on that, but we could certainly go back and find out your query there around modules 3 and 4.
Well, the hope would be that it would be them presenting.
Yeah.
It would be in the near future an additional evidence session to that of their quarterly attendance at committee would be appreciated.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll say that correspondence invite has gone to that effect. Okay, content to go back to our agenda, members?
Right.
Okay, so we've got our first oral briefing then today, stakeholder panel session in terms of the draft framework on the Race Relations and Delivery Plan 2026 to 28, and I'm going to seek your agreement for Hansard to record this session. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to refer members to pages 163 to 173 of the pack for the clerk's brief, and pages 279 to 334 of the pack, and pages 7 to 9 of the table pack for a copy of the written briefings from stakeholders. And as you are aware, we have 2 panel sessions today. And so the first one, we've got Lily Wu, who is the Managing Director of the Chinese Welfare Association, and I see you're online, very welcome. And then I'm going to invite forward Jamie Miller, who is Head of Policy and Development of Housing Rights NI, Liz Griffith, who is Head of Migration Justice at the Law Centre NI, and Fidelma Fearon, who is the Fundraising, Evaluation and Policy Lead, Minority and Ethnic Support. So thank you all for coming, and apologies for keeping you waiting for a few minutes for inviting you forward. So thank you for your submissions, really helpful, really appreciate that they got in a timely manner, and just wondered if you'd like to go ahead and make some opening remarks. Does anybody want to?
I'll go first then, if that's all right. I'm Fidelma Fearon, and I work for Minority Ethnic Support Armagh. I'm also the chair of the Roma thematic group for the TEOE. So I have submitted my brief to it, but some of your colleagues came down from the Racial Equality Unit to interview some of our beneficiaries on what they thought of the draft framework, and it wasn't great. Okay. So I just took it on board just to add a wee bit more to what my brief was. And so what they said really was that there's a concern that the draft framework for race relations does not adequately address restorative or reparative justice for minority ethnic communities who have experienced racism, exclusion, intimidation and systematic inequality over years. While the framework focuses on relationship building and cohesion, it does little to acknowledge or repair the harm already experienced by affected communities. The proposed outcomes, particularly outcome 1, elimination of racial inequality, remains broad and insufficiently defined. The absence of clear actions, measurable targets, delivery mechanisms and accountability structures creates uncertainty around how meaningful change will be achieved or measured in practice. There's also a concern about the proposed 2-year time frame. They think it's unrealistic given the scale and complexity of racial inequality and the absence of clear implementation structures. Long-standing systematic issues cannot be addressed through short-term aspirations alone. They also feel that the framework further lacks clarity regarding leadership and accountability without identified lead departments, named responsibilities, timelines, monitoring arrangements and enforcement mechanisms. There is a risk that responsibility may become diluted across government. There is significant concern also regarding the continued absence of modern and robust race equality and hate crime legislation in Northern Ireland. Existing legislative protections and policy approaches are widely viewed as outdated and insufficient to address the realities of modern racism, and being that by online hate, discrimination and community intimidation experienced by the minority ethnic communities today. So what they feel is that our government has a duty not to just promote good relations, but to actively intervene where racism, discrimination and exclusion and inequality persists. A stronger and more urgent response is required. There's also concern regarding the terminology and overall direction of the document. Many stakeholders question why this presented as a race relations framework rather than a race equality strategy. I mean, we have T-Buck, so we don't need T-Buck point 2, you know, and so so this has to be a bit more specific. So and finally, there is a concern from the people that I have talked to that Northern Ireland continues to underestimate and at times deny the true extent and impact of racism experienced by the minority ethnic communities, and any credible framework must begin with an honest acknowledgement of the scale of the issue and the urgent need for systematic action.
Okay.
So, and that's what...
In remarks, I'll just go through the panel, then we'll get to questions.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Who'd like to go ahead, please, Liz? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, committee members, for your scrutiny of this this document. So I hope you're familiar with the work of the Law Centre, that we work in 3 areas of law: social security, employment and immigration. And we work across all the council areas. I think last year we advised on about 18,000 legal matters. So we're quite busy. And my role is within the Migration Justice team, where our expertise is primarily in forced migration. So because our expertise is in immigration, our interest really is in the interconnections between immigration policy and also the racial equality. There are organisations that are much better placed to talk to you about the impact of racism and racial inequality, and I'm glad that they are many of them are here today. I hope you've seen the briefing paper that I've shared. I'm happy to expand on any of the points here, but right now, in my 5 minutes, I'd like to focus on our kind of overriding concerns. The first being that within the document, at page 6, it quite clearly says that this strategy aligns with international human rights standards. And of course, we agree with that. And yet, then, we were surprised that this document is about race relations rather than about racial equality. As my colleague Fidelma pointed out, the concept of racial equality has a meaning in international law, a really clear meaning. It puts precise legal obligations on states, on government departments, sometimes on employers even, and in contrast, the term race relations doesn't bring that same clarity. In fact, I would say it's devoid of legal meaning. And further, the term race relations is problematic and has been critiqued now for decades because it masks systemic discrimination and inequality. And I think it mischaracterizes or misrepresents oppression as mere interpersonal disagreement or discord. So given that, we would say that this document needs reconfigured and it needs to be a racial equality strategy. And I forgot to say at the outset, the Law Centre is really keen to see this work. We want it to work, right? And there are there are some positive features within the strategy, but overall, our view is it needs a really significant overhaul if it is to deliver on racial equality. And calling it a racial equality strategy would be a start. Another concern, and again my colleague Fidelma has already flagged it, is really that we were expecting a strategy and we got a framework. Mm-hmm. And we all know what a strategy is in public policy terms. A strategy has an action plan. It has indicators. It has performance measurements, targets, clear accountability. And yet these components are not immediately obvious in this. And I have noted that the department has adopted a public health methodology, which I think is interesting, but ultimately rather baffling and perhaps a bit, confusing, really. So what we want to know is what will be delivered, when is it going to be delivered, how will we know it's been delivered, and who is marking the homework? So we want a strategy rather than a framework. I'll now turn briefly to immigration, because in contrast to its predecessor, which was a racial equality strategy, and that had a whole chapter on immigration, this framework is largely silent with regards to the relationship between racial equality and immigration. And of course, immigration policy is set at Westminster. And we of course recognise that there are very different views on immigration, including around this table. But the department should not be silent on this. At page 18 in this framework, they outline the vision, which is a society that is going to be strengthened by ethnic diversity, where human rights and equality are enjoyed by all. And what we would say at the Law Centre is, how is the department, how can it reconcile this vision of equality in the context of hostile environment policies, which are exclusionary by very definition? And so what we would like to see is that this strategy should really give a mandate to the department, to ministers, for them to engage with the UK government on immigration policy where necessary, to adopt a challenge function, to critique policy where necessary. And I should say that we would also think that the department needs to grapple with the links between anti-immigration movements, the far right, and racist violence. It is really shied away from all of these issues.
Okay, I'm conscious of time. We'll get into some of this in the question answer, just conscious of 2 panels. Who would like to go next? Go ahead, please, Jamie. Yes,
I'll
thank
go.
you.
So,
Thank
first
you.
of all, Chair and members, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk to you today about this. For those that don't know, Housing Rights are essentially a homeless prevention organisation, and for 60 years we have been working to ensure that people in Northern Ireland have safe, secure and sustainable accommodation across all communities. Last year we helped over 13,000 households on more than 67,000 housing issues, and I'm delighted to say we prevented 1,120 households from ending up homeless. The reason I mention the housing context is because it's our view that housing is fundamentally important for anybody to integrate and participate fully in society, whatever community they're from. So it's really important that stable and secure housing is considered a part of this framework. There's no way to avoid that. I mention that because we find ourselves in a housing crisis. We know there's more than 49,000 households on the social housing waiting list, 32,000 of which are statutorily homeless. There's more than 5,000 households in temporary accommodation, including more than 4,700 children, and it's just not acceptable. We've got to this position because of historic underinvestment in social and affordable housing, and it's led to a rise in demand in the private rented sector in particular, which now houses more people than the social housing sector. The reason I mention this is because that sector in particular has a number of additional challenges. Vulnerable households now live in that sector and it doesn't meet their needs. Ethnic minority communities are within that cohort, and in fact in our advice experience they're disproportionately represented in terms of the barriers they face. The reason they are disproportionately represented is because there are a number of systemic barriers. Members will be very familiar with lots of them, and some of them are touched upon in this framework. Language barriers, complexity around navigating our complex housing systems, digital exclusion, and of course racism and incidents of violence that occur. We're seeing this in our advice work at the minute. We're seeing an increase in demand for face-to-face advice, certainly since COVID, but rapidly in the last number of years. 44% of our walk-in appointments are from newcomer communities, and 11% of those need translation support. So it's something that we are adapting to as an organisation, and I'm sure it's something other colleagues are seeing as well. These are systemic patterns, unfortunately, and without some sort of strategic intervention, it's only going to get worse and be harder for us to navigate. I'd like to just pick 3 sort of key points, really. Our expertise in my commentary today is informed by our advice work, so our direct experience, and also the experience of our clients. And what we've experienced is that the importance of community-based advice cannot be underestimated, and that's across the spectrum of potential advice needs. Obviously, I'm speaking today from the housing context. Housing Rights have been privileged that we've been able to run a number of such schemes that focus on peer-based advice. So we've been able to train peers within ethnic minority communities on housing advice so that they can go and provide this information in their communities. The ability of this project means that we can access communities that just statutory bodies will never be able to reach. These peer advisors are able to carry out their work in spaces that are safe and secure for communities. Libraries, community centres are able to speak to their colleagues in languages that are more accessible. Obviously, there's only so much that peer model can support, so we have additional referral pathways into us for more complex cases. I think it's really important for me to emphasise the role of the voluntary and community sector in improving quality of service provision across the board. So Housing Rights do it in the housing sector. I'm sure colleagues in the room here do it in their own organisations as well. Again, we're able to reach community groups where they're at. We're able to find and maintain engagement at a much greater level than statutory bodies are able to for a whole number of reasons. But we're only able to do that when we're adequately funded, and I'm sure all the organisations, given evidence today, will be familiar with the funding challenges and pressures that come along with maintaining those level of services. And I think it's important that this framework recognises some of that, and indeed action plans should commit to funding voluntary community organisations appropriately. The last point I would mention is that the need for strategic alignment with this framework and wider executive priorities is fundamentally important. Now, I'm coming to you from the housing context. I think that this document needs to mesh with the Housing Executive's next homelessness strategy. I also think there's a huge overlap with the anti-poverty strategy based on the work that we see. If there's not an alignment between these documents, we risk gaps emerging, and either strategy that I referenced could potentially fall down on the back of that. So,
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Lily, do you want to go ahead and make some opening remarks, please? Oh, you're on mute, Lily.
We need to allow it.
Mute.
That's
Can
you now.
hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So, good afternoon, so the chair and the committee members, and I thank you for providing this opportunity for us. So, for the evidence of the draft framework. And so my name is Lily Wu, and I am the managing director of the Chinese Welfare Association. So for many years, so our organization has been supported the Chinese community and worked alongside the wide minority ethnic communities across the NI through advice services and community development programs and cultural engagement and well-being support. So through our direct work and individuals and families, so we continue to see the significant the racial inequality affecting the minority ethnic communities across many areas of our daily life, and including the access to the public services and the mental health support, and also about the employment opportunities and participation in civic and public life. Also, I want to mention that according to the Census 2021 data published by the Northern Ireland Statistics and Research Agency, NISR, so 75,600 people identified as belonging to the minority ethnic groups, representing approximate 3.4% of the population. And the Chinese community remains one of the largest minority ethnic in NI, and with approximate 9,495 so people identify as Chinese. So as a NI become increasing diversity and essential the public policy and the public service involved to meet the needs of all the communities in a fair and inclusive and equitable way. So the progress has made in the recent years. So if racism and discrimination and social isolation and language barriers and even the underrepresented of the remain persistent challenges for many individuals and families. But we want to welcome to development of this renewed restoration framework, and we believe it provides an important opportunity to deliver practical, measurable, and long-term action. So the one key issue we wish to highlight is racism, they already mentioned, and hate crime. So according to the latest statistics, published the PSNI and NISR, race hate incidents and crimes in NI have reached the highest level recorded since the monitoring began in 2004 and 2005 period, and in the 12 months to March 2026, police have been recorded 2,367 race hate incidents and 1,507 race hate crimes. So highlight the continuing challenges faced by the minority ethnic communities. So so members of the Chinese and white minority ethnic communities continued to report the experience of their harassment and also discrimination and online harassment in the daily life. And so we have been also informed by the members of the community that some Chinese children continue to experience the racial bullying and discriminatory behaviors with schools. So these experiences can have a serious impact on children's confidence, well-being, and a sense of belongings and educational experience. So we believe there is a continued need to stronger anti-racism education, early intervention, and culturally inclusive approaches with schools and education settings. However, some incidents continue to go unreported because due to they mentioned the language barriers and the limited of the awareness of the reporting mechanisms and the fears of things and low confidence in the existing systems. So we believe that more must be done to improve the accessibilities and the responsiveness and public trust of hate crime reporting process. And this should be accompanied by stronger anti-racism education, public awareness campaign, and community engagement initiatives aimed at promoting the understanding, respect, and social cohesion. So another major issue is access to public services. So many individuals still experience difficulties accessing health care, mental health services, welfare support, and education, and the public consultation process because of interpretation and translation services remain inconsistently across public bodies. And also the digital exclusion also continue to disproportionately affect older people and especially older people and migrants. So about their increase it's hard for them to evolve. And also mental health and well-being is another area of significant concern. You see, cultural stigma and social isolation and language barriers continue to prevent many individuals from seeking timely support. And after the pandemic, expose inequalities relating to the loneliness and emotional well-being and access to mental health services, particularly among older people and also the migrant people, newly arrived communities.
Lily, sorry, I'm going to stop you there because what we need to do is have a Q&A session where we can actually drill down to the purpose of our session today, and that's really about how we respond to the department about that. So thank you for going over a lot of the core issues.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to you all for bringing your panel. So if you don't mind, we'll go to the questions and that will help us draw out some of this stuff. So I'm going to start with you, Liz. There, it had been raised with me. I hadn't really noticed it until a couple of weeks ago there, around the change from racial equality to race relations. And when I reflected today on what the Executive Office had on their website, they've talked about this change as a clear mechanism and overarching framework for achieving racial equality. And some of the narration around this issue, especially in relation to the ever diverse population in Northern Ireland, the Good Relations Strategy TBUC that you talked about. So in some ways you can see some of their thinking as to why they're thinking actually we should be addressing good relations in all its forms through something like this. But do you want to drill down a wee bit more around why you feel that this is the wrong approach?
Yep, my sense, Chair, is that it's perhaps trying to do too much, perhaps trying to appease to lots of different views. And I think that, as I said in my preliminary remarks, racial equality has a legal meaning that is just not found in the term race relations. And so, as Fidelma said, there are other strategies, TBUC being one of them, where you can look at, some of these broader sort of community cohesion issues. But I feel that, you need to get the house in order, and you do that through a very clear racial equality strategy.
Okay, thank you. So, in terms of the actual actions, like what do you? We've had the 2005 to 2015, and then the one that we're just coming out of now. In terms of robust actions, we will turn to you, Fidelma. Then, like what do you think would really augment the sort of the accountability and transparency of delivery? What do you think we need to see in this that's not there at the minute?
I think what's coming from anybody that I've spoken to in terms of a beneficiary or a colleague or any other stakeholder, that the cart is definitely before the horse here in terms of racial equality legislation. It's 30 years old. It's time for it to be, modernised to deal with everything that you have nowadays with modernised racism and discrimination in terms of like social media, etc. So that would need to be addressed. I also think even how you capture it, how you capture the data through the Minority Ethnic Development Fund, for anybody who's a recipient of it, it's number crunching, and you're drilled down into, you said you would do 2, but you did 1.5. Yeah. There's no room for anything qualitative, any case studies to explain what's happening. I mean, like one case could take maybe 2 months to deal with, and none of that's captured, in that. And as I say, there is no accountability in terms of somebody that is a perpetrator of racism and discrimination, and we see it that's my colleague. I just don't know why he's only gone out in the middle of this, but that would be him.
Don't worry.
So But what I'm trying to say is right across public health, going into the GP, like the Northern Ireland Public Ombudsman has come out to say that, it's inadequate how even getting an appointment in the GP, there's no translation services, and a person that comes in and English isn't their first language, they have a right to an interpreter. Mm-hmm. Going into school, shoveled into a newcomers class, and you're sat there, and I've seen it because I work on the ground, and you're sat there all day from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock with a phone in your hand, and nobody's teaching you. So what are the outcomes for these kids, and where is their potential being met? And there's even in terms of Lily said about coming forward to report crime and things like that, you won't do it because you know that it's not going to go too far, and it's right across the board in terms of employment and everything. 0-hour contracts, no rights, or so this has to be dealt with, and by stringent means, not by glossy words and aspirations. There has to be some sort of accountability and somebody, because we don't know who do we go to say, here, this isn't right, this is not sorted out, we such and such down the road, this happened to them. There's nobody to challenge over these things.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Lily, I'm going to come to you. So when I read your report, so I've worked in South Belfast for 28 years, and I, like a lot of what you said, it paints a picture of what was happening 10, 20, 30 years ago now. And so what do you think was missing in the last two strategies, the two 10-year strategies, that should be in this one to address those fundamental issues and barriers and discrimination that the people that you work with and the organisations that work through the Chinese Welfare Association are facing? Any specifics that you think was missing before that should be in this, in terms of actions or programmes or projects?
So for the actions and so I think it's the most I have a lot going to see, but I think it's like for the ethnic minority and for the it's like also I have to mention about our funding and also it's if we can address it's a long term action, and I think so it will be so in the recent years if we can so provide it's like also with because the ethnic minority groups we need a lot of things to support, and with like you mentioned the 10 years we need addressing as me, and even we need to so with the education with I think the most important is the long-term funding, and also I have you I write. So I think also about also they mentioned it's about the clear timelines and the measurable outcomes, and more is when the department responsibilities.
Okay.
I think that's all most important. That's all important for us to address.
Okay, thank you, Lily. I'm going to move on to Deputy Chair, please.
Thank you, and thank everybody for being with us today, and particularly highlighting for us that how do we make this shift from that notion of race relations to that important space of racial equality in Northern Ireland? I think what you're telling us is that this consultation doesn't cut it, and that we need to ask or invite the department to go back to the drawing board in respect of the comments that we've received or we're likely to receive across this conversation today. So, listening to what you have said, you have a very clear belief, and I understand what you're saying, is that the narrative isn't right, and that the narrative needs to change to one of racial equality. And that's not just a shift in terms of the need to modernise our legislation and to bring it up to date and to do that, but it's all of those other things that we do around that, about changing our language, about changing our attitudes, and how are you saying to us that this framework will not deliver that, and that we need to go back to the drawing board and look at it again?
In a nutshell, yes. I in my final thoughts from a briefing, we're always talking to the beneficiaries, to ethnic minority people, about how they don't want to be, how they shouldn't be discriminated against. And yes, like, lived experience is essential, but it's not enough. A racial equality or inequality and discrimination is everybody's issue, and it comes from the top right down to the bottom. It's how our leaders, we look to them to lead, and to be responsible about what they say about different things, not to highlight or pour petrol on certain situations. And it comes right down into the classroom, and it comes right down into around the dinner table, and it's an issue for everybody, not just for ethnic minority people.
So what you're saying is that effectively today is an invitation to our leaders to revisit this. Please, and yes. to recognise that internationally the world has moved on a long time ago, and that Northern Ireland is now again in a position of playing catch up when it comes to all of these things, and that leadership comes from the top. So this is a respectful request that that those that are leading this is coming from the Office of the First and Deputy First Minister, that if they're leading it, they've got to get it right.
Well, this is it. And the thing is, like Northern Ireland, you know, we are, like, how would you call it? We should be at the top of our game when it comes to peace building and things like that, given everything that we've been through, you know, and since the Good Friday Agreement even, it seems to be green and orange. There needs to be room at the table for ethnic minority people, for this is a new Northern Ireland, you know, and I think that we just have to change our whole perception of what Northern Ireland is, you know, and make room around the table for our ethnic minority neighbours and friends, and move forward. There's no other way.
And that has to be making that room in terms of equality,
Yes.
rather than relations.
Absolutely, yes.
Chair,
And
thank
if
you.
I might add,
Yeah, please.
Deputy Chair, the the need for legislation, because it's alluded to in the framework document, but then when I looked at the delivery plan,
Not there.
it's not there. And the legislation, you know, the Equality Commission, you know, has reported repeatedly that we have fallen behind significantly. We've fallen behind GB, Ireland, countries around the world. And, you know, the Law Centre acknowledges that legislation alone is not sufficient to address, you know, hatred, prejudice. But it is a building block. It's a non-negotiable starting point, and it's not committed to in the delivery plan. And I wonder, is it an omission? Because it needs to be, you know, right in there as a priority.
Okay, okay. Philip, please.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank you all for your work and dedication in this important field. Jamie, if I could just start with you, if that's okay, and thank you for the work that Housing Rights do. I'm a regular referral to you and your organisation to us, but I just wanted to unpack some of the evidence that you had provided. The barriers to accessing housing services. The first one was in relation to experiences of racism. So racism is often subtle but evident in how complaints or queries are handled, including delays or lack of response. These experiences reduce trust in public services. So was the evidence you provided to you that housing providers in Northern Ireland engage in racism?
The evidence we provided is the experience of our clients.
Yes.
So it's their opinion and belief that in the handling of their cases with housing providers, be it housing related or otherwise, that they think that they've been treated differently, or that they've taken, for whatever reason, it's taken more time for them to receive responses or outcomes that they're after.
Was that with the Northern Ireland Housing Executive? Was that with
I need to go back and check that we have thousands of people a year,
Sure, no,
so
completely.
I would need to go and see specifics.
Just obviously be a matter of concern for this committee, and I'm sure everyone, you know, if there was institutional racism within a housing provider that's funded by...
I wouldn't be suggesting that. I think the evidence shows, and it's included in the briefing, that ethnic minority communities spend longer, for example, on the social housing waiting list than non-ethnic minority communities. So there are examples where there's complexities. Now, some of that is due with cultural reasons. For example, the property or homes that they're looking for might have certain criteria, and there's less of them. But an element of that does play into the lack of trust that they then feel with the statutory bodies. And I suppose my commentary is really around overcoming that lack of trust. Is fundamentally important to providing good outcomes for everybody.
And then just in relation to the cultural preferences issue, and that was something that you'd also covered in your briefing, so around large family sizes. Do you think that's part of the reason, the lack of availability of social housing in terms of 5-6 bedrooms, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. It would play a role. I would go back to my initial point around housing in general. There has been underinvestment, so there's a shortage of houses across the board, and that has knock-on impacts.
And then you raised an issue just in relation to the removal of intimidation points. So is it the view of your organisation that they should be reinstated?
It would be more nuanced than that.
Okay.
It's complex. We welcomed changes to the intimidation points when they were brought forward, but our commentary would be that the complete removal without alternatives does pose a level of risk, especially for households or individuals who have been victims of hate crime, for example.
Yeah. But it's also for all violence and intimidation.
Again, when it was announced, Housing Rights welcomed the reform
Yes.
of it. We just think additional work was needed to safeguard some of the impacts of the change.
And then Liz, if that's okay, you had just highlighted some concern about missing commentary on immigration policy. So you just said TEO must not ignore this. It must instead grapple with how it can pursue its policies of inclusion within the context of UK hostile environment policies, which are exclusionary by design and which have broad consequences for individuals and for the wider UK society. So I was wondering if you could unpack the hostile environment policies.
Yep, thank you for the question. So there's a lot, many examples of the hostile environment policy, and one of them would be, for example, the no recourse to public funds policy, which applies to most migrants who are here with a temporary visa are unable to access mainstream social security benefits such as universal credit. And this, it's designed really to target migrants, but in actual fact, we see, British and Irish children whose parent is a migrant, they're also being impacted by a policy that was designed not to target them. And so that's the sort of example that I think there should be scope in this strategy for the department to stand up and critique that. And also because UK government policy on immigration is having consequences that are being felt here and costs that are being felt here. There are so many, the voluntary and community sector, the churches in particular, the Islamic Centre, they play a key role in supporting destitute migrants. Why? It's because of UK immigration policy. And that needs critiqued, and I would propose that there's a scope for the department to do that critiquing where it's felt here locally.
In terms of the choice of word hostile, I'm just wondering what was the rationale for the choice of the word hostile?
Yep, so I'm referring to kind of a whole raft of policies which is kind of referred to as hostile environment policies, which have been in place now for about 15 years or so. And
so that's not the terminology that the government used.
No, correct. But yes.
So they would use the terminology compliant.
Correct.
So that's why I was just wondering why you chose the word hostile.
Yep. And as a within our organisation, we're guided by international human rights standards, which have been the treaty bodies have been very critical of UK government compliance policies. So that's how we align ourselves. But I think the point is that a lot of immigration policy does have an effect here. It is, it has a cost here. It brings a cost to the health service, to first responders, and there needs to be a role for the Executive Office to be able to push back on some of these issues where the effects are felt locally. I hope I've addressed
you have answered it. It's just, I think it's a particular choice of word that some people may agree with and some people may not agree with. I condemn any racism, any intimidation of anyone, but I also represent people who would be of the view that immigration policy in the United Kingdom is already too lax, and that for it to be described as hostile, I don't think that they would concur with that. And that's just on my final point, was just on point 11, where you said, sadly, TEO must also acknowledge the overlap between racist violence and anti-immigration movements. Just wondering if you could maybe unpack that one for me too.
Yep, and I believe you're going to be hearing a little more on that from the second panel.
Yeah.
But there is an overlap between racist violence and the anti-immigration movements, and indeed, sadly, there is an element of paramilitarism, which was identified in December by the Independent Reporting Commission. And so, I'm not suggesting right now we're going to find an answer to that satisfies us all. I suppose my point is that there needs to be scope to address some of these issues, to have conversations about these issues. And, a place for that is in this strategy. I feel shying away from it doesn't assist any of us.
Yeah. You don't think that that's a bit of a sweeping statement to say anti-immigration movement overlaps with racist violence?
I think there are overlaps.
Yeah.
I
But
think
not
there are
complete
overlaps.
overlap. So I just wouldn't want anyone thinking, as I said at the start, racist violence completely wrong. Any form of racism completely wrong.
Yep.
But also, there are people who have particular views in relation to immigration who, at the same time, condemn without hesitation or without fear, intimidation,
Yes.
violence of all.
Yes.
So I just wouldn't want it to be picked up that there's a direct correlation between all of those who may have particular views in relation to immigration here in Northern Ireland and also racist violence.
Yes, and I've no difficulty to agree with that. But as I said, shying away doesn't assist any of us.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Deborah, please.
Yeah, I just want to actually follow on from a colleague there on that point, and it ties in with the fact of race relations versus the racial equality element. I think we have to be realistic. There are racial tensions within Northern Ireland, and relations are probably not great in communities right now, and so surely that should be at the heart of any documentation that's coming out from the executive in relation to resolving some of those racial relationships that are going on, in terms of and I'm not saying that you can't do both.
Yeah.
So would you not agree on that the racial relations issue and the equality issue can sit side by side rather than it being either or?
Yeah, and I don't see it as an either or. I think my point was that framing this as a racial equality issue that places legislative reform at its heart, that think other aspects, very important aspects such as community cohesion, will flow from that. But that's what I the focus on racial equality is key.
Yeah, the reason why I sort of frame it in that context is because there are people, like Philip has said, people who have views in relation to immigration, who would condemn outrightly the violence that goes on, but may actually see the equality issue, rather than, building up relations. Do you know what I'm saying in relation to that?
I think, community cohesion is a two-way thing, between all players, that have to come together to try and find a way to move through this. I mean, like we've done it before in Northern Ireland, we can do it again, and I just think that's where we have to go. And yes, and of course people are entitled to their opinion, and a lot of these opinions come from a place of fear. You've got a cost of living epidemic, for want of a better word, at the moment. People are afraid, people are scared, and people are worried, and it is always that, but it's their fault, and that type of thing, that misinformation, stereotyping, those types of things are very frightening and very dangerous, and of course not everybody does that, and of course they can have their view on immigration, and too many people are coming into the country, etc. But we would be in a lot of trouble in our hospitals and in our factories and in our hospitality if we didn't have them.
So I just want to move on, if you don't mind, to the housing element, because that is a big element that I would see potentially within the community around race relations. Certainly in the community that I represent, of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Something that just wasn't covered, Jamie, if you don't mind, in your correspondence to the committee was around houses of multiple occupancy. I was just wondering if you could touch on that, whether Housing Rights have had any engagements surrounding that, and whether this has been flagged up as an issue from some of the people that would get in touch with Housing Rights.
Could you give me a bit more detail on
for example, the quality, I suppose, of housing, the I suppose, the legality surrounding some of the houses of multiple occupancy, and perhaps the fact that landlords are profiteering in relation to people's desperation around this. I mean, I'm just looking at the figures here that you have provided to the committee. The waiting list for social housing currently stands at almost, might as well say, 50,000 households in Northern Ireland. So what have you heard in relation to that element, particularly around houses of multiple occupancy? Because that is an issue in my constituency.
I think it's probably best if I go away and come back with casework-led evidence for you on that. But what I would say is within the private rented sector, we have seen significant challenge for ethnic minority communities. Again, it is the experience of individuals from those communities that they face discrimination when applying for private rented sector properties. That market's already incredibly congested for everybody. On average, it's 100 applications for a single private rented sector property, so it's a very tight market as is. There has been examples where if someone is able to secure a private rented sector property, due to need, it will be unfit for purpose, so there might be more people living in the property than there should be. This is reflective of the desperation in the housing system in Northern Ireland as a whole. I can come back to you with more detail on HMOs.
Yeah, no, that would be great. It's just, there is anger, I have to be honest, in communities around houses of multiple occupancy. It normally falls in relation to, race elements. That's why there's anger there. And, if we're going to look at true inclusion within society, housing has to be right as well. So that's why I raise it in that context. So if you could come back to me on that, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm no expert when it comes to housing, but I'm thinking housing of multiple occupancy are really for people who are asylum seekers, seeking refugee, and it's just, as you know, it's not a devolved matter. And so for Stormont, they are sort of stuck in what they can do as well. In that, I find they are unacceptable, in terms of human rights, and they're dangerous. Like, we've only seen what's happened in Dublin, where houses have been deliberately put on fire and things like that, with children inside them and things like that. So there's a lot of work to be done, So it's not ideal at all. So, but in terms of, I do think that the Home Office needs to take a bigger responsibility in this.
And if I may, there's an example right there of what I mentioned is kind of the butting together here of immigration policy and racial inequality, because in a housing context, it doesn't really affect your council area because there are tiny numbers of asylum seekers in the Fermanagh area. But more broadly, asylum seekers living in Northern Ireland are living in accommodation that is provided by a company called Mears. Mears is a profit-making private company paid for by government money, and they're procuring accommodation, the cheapest accommodation available, perhaps in working class areas. So the Mears is competing with the housing executive and private rental, etc. And it's an example of where we need there to be scope in this strategy for the department and officials to query the Home Office on this kind of policy, because it's having an impact that's being felt here.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to Carol, please.
Thanks for your presentation. So I raised this last week in relation to race relations rather than racial equality, just for the reasons that you outlined. You mentioned Mears, and you mentioned the fact that immigration isn't devolved. This committee's been trying to get Mears in front of it for months, and they're refusing to come. So it's just to say that we've also asked for your own information why the race relations order is being delayed. It's been delayed in the Executive Office, so we need to find out who's delaying that and why. And then the other aspect of it is, I do share a lot of concerns in relation to the draft framework, because how can anyone who's getting a brick through their window because they're brown feel that that they should be the people to reach out and talk to their neighbours. Now most do in North Belfast. But if you look what happened in South Belfast last year in Ballymena, people were putting their nationalities in their windows. I mean, how can you have race relations in that context? I just think it's ignoring what's happened. So I just want to put that in the record. Housing Rights welcomed the removal of intimidation points, but where I think is failed to outline what should be in its place. So the intimidation points were abused, they absolutely were abused, but I think too many people are punching down. Intimidation points need to be for people who experience violence, domestic violence, homophobia, sectarianism and racism, and it needs to be verified by the police. So I would appreciate, just even a bit more of a definition around that, because in the housing crisis that we have, it isn't the people, it isn't their fault. There isn't enough money coming from the British government, and it's been a housing crisis now, and we need to get it sorted. But the issue I have as well is, so you're right, a lot of people are waiting, but the statistics, the last set I seen was that it was Catholics in North and West Belfast who were in the housing waiting list longest. I don't want to set one group against another. All I'm saying is people who have been denied equality for decades are going to wait longer, and that's if you're white or brown. So what have you had any meetings with even communities, Department for Communities around? I appreciate this about this strategy, and it is it's not even a strategy, sorry, it's a framework. It's out for consultation. I've no doubt you'll put in a robust response. But in terms of how it relates to other departments, what would the ask be, apart from changing the name and making it legally binding? What would it be in terms of housing?
There's probably a very detailed response to put in back to you on that, and I don't think we'd really have time on it. I think I would...
No, not today, God, no, absolutely not.
I think, I would go back and say that this does need to be situated within the context, and we need to... There's commitments in the housing supply strategy that Northern Ireland isn't meeting. For the last 10 years, we haven't been building the houses that we have been building. There needs to be a reaffirming of those commitments, first and foremost, and actual progress to hit those targets. That's the starting point for addressing all the problems within the housing sector. And I think that this strategy should top and tail with that. I really do.
Okay. And you're putting that submission in this strategy, for this framework?
We're working on our submission.
Brilliant. Thank you. My last question is in relation to chopping and changing it. What you've outlined some of the things that should be in it, but putting it into a legal context in terms of a racial equality strategy. What else? I'm not asking for a whole pile of detail. I'm just asking in terms of legally, where are the big gaps?
Well, thank you for the question. And I mean, it might sound like we're being a bit pedantic here, but is this delivery plan an action plan? And the independent reviewer of the last iteration of the racial equality strategy, Sabi Azazai from the Scottish Refugee Council, he said that the last strategy was undermined by the lack of clear action plan. And my worry is we're just, sleepwalking into the same problem. Okay. In actual fact, the last strategy was actually was clearer, was tighter in terms of at least they set out what the measurements might be. We don't have that here.
Yeah. So it needs to be governed by Section 75 very clearly.
And tightened.
Okay.
Those are just sort of an overriding comment, but there are lots of interventions that we might seek to see here, but overall it needs strengthened.
Could you feed that in when you're putting your response? Could you feed it into the committee as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Timothy, please.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks very much to the panel for coming along and submitting their information and giving an update and opening remarks here today. Fidelma, if I could just start with you, if possible, on a few questions. What I pick up on a comment you made regarding interpreters, and you said that newcomers have a right to an interpreter, and that is both in the school setting and in health. And I presume you mean by across health, that's doctors, that's hospitals, the whole suite of the health that we have here in Northern Ireland, the health service. Who's going to pay for that? Who do you expect to pay for that when you're making such a sweeping statement of somebody that has decided to come to Northern Ireland?
I did make the statement, Timothy. This comes from the Northern Ireland Public Ombudsman that have put out a report to say that there should be some way to help people coming into any public service that need help, particularly the likes of the health service and places like that. Like, that is one aspect of equality, is having the right to be able to speak and to say, I'm sick, this is what's wrong with me, and to be dealt with. And the thing is, too, come in as an asylum seeker, you have, under international law, you have the right to be here. You get refugee status, you have the right to be here. You become a EU settled status individual, you have the right to be here, and you're paying your tax, your national insurance, just like everybody else. So you have the right to get the same services, and that's how they pay for the services.
So a refugee, what war-torn country borders Northern Ireland or the UK?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Brexit that.
Brexit, but
Yeah.
surely refugee status. If you're applying, if you're a refugee, a political refugee,
And
you're
again,
fleeing a war-torn country, and you have to
Timothy.
you have to take settlement in the first.
no, that's a
safe
question
country you come to.
for the Home Office. Really, not a question for me. You know, and you did have it that Dublin, is it the Dublin Agreement, where yes, you did have to go to the first country, that the first non-violent country. But with Brexit, that done away with that. So you can pass, as far as I know, and I'm no expert that, by sure, Timothy, on that. But that's what I believe what's happened.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have a boat issue in Northern Ireland. I have not seen any boats coming up the Liffey or the Carriford Lock or anywhere like that. We don't have a boat issue.
We have an issue with people coming into the south and coming across the border. If you want to bury your head in the sand to that issue.
Oh, I don't bury my hand at all, or bury my head to it.
You talked about community cohesion as a two-way thing.
Yes.
With all players, and that's a direct quote from you today.
Yes.
You're here representing the Roma community.
Yes.
And we hear and we see about the lived experience. So if it's a two-way thing, what happened in Ballymena between the Roma community
Did you think that was a
and the local
two-way
residents?
Do you think that was a two-way thing when you have people, the windows put in, their doors put in, petrol bombs in front of them, children vomiting in fear in the streets?
I'm going back 5 or 6 years ago when the Roma community came in and settled in Ballymena. What happened back then? Why was there no two-way engagement to create that community cohesion?
Well, I work in Armagh, and we do have that. I cannot answer for Ballymena, but I would say perhaps, I could only say that perhaps these people, when I started working with the Roma community in Armagh, they were in desperate need, and they had absolutely nothing at the start of COVID. All the public services that were available closed up shop, so they did, and so they had nobody. We had to keep our doors open and bring the Roma in to help them. So, but I can only go for what we do in Armagh, and we do have community cohesion, and we do have a two-way street where our local community, our Roma community, and every other community. That's why we've changed our name from Irish Traveller Support Group to Armagh Roma Traveller Support, and then to Minority Ethnic Support. We have a new Northern Ireland and a new cultural landscape, and we're there to help all of these people, and that includes the local community.
I'm glad that's your experience in Armagh. That certainly wasn't.
Well, I worked very hard to make that our experience.
Timothy, please.
Yes, it's hard to hear
yes,
your online
no.
there, so apologies for that.
Fidelma, could you just let Timothy speak and then let you in, and then we're going to move on because we have another
All right.
panel. Thank you. Finish what you've got to say, Timothy, and then we're going to let Fidelma back in.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I trust Chair Alden the entirety of my time that other people got. So Ballymena, we have, your evidence sets out the lived experience and community impact. And I want to just read this out. So as there is growing concern that minority ethnic communities are increasingly drawn into political narratives and public debate in ways that can be harmful. In some cases, communities become subject to misinformation, scapegoating, fear-mongering, and political gaslighting, particularly during periods of heightened tension, diverting away from the real issues at hand. So, Fidelma, what are the real issues at hand? Because I could tell you what the lived experience is of people in Ballymena that led to the trouble last year. And I'm against trouble, and that was wrong. I condemn it wholeheartedly. But there has to be a realisation where there's a community comes into an area that doesn't want to integrate, coming into a working class area. Tensions are allowed to fester. Demographics change overnight. And I would like to ask you, immigration without assimilation is an invasion. Do you class that as a racist comment?
Oh, I think we're getting way off. I'll give the last line to Fidelma, and then I'm going to close this session.
Disgusting of a word is assimilation. Everybody has a right to belong. They don't have to change who they are to belong in that society.
So they can just come and take over a community like they done in Ballymena?
I don't think they did take over it, and I only seen the violence coming one way, Timothy.
Okay,
so,
Timothy,
5 or 6 years
Timothy,
of what local community had to live under?
Anywhere here, we're not getting
The
anywhere
drug
here.
dens,
every time.
Prostitution houses.
I think what we're trying to do today.
Northern Ireland, is it?
Well, what about the
Timothy? I've closed the session. Timothy, thank you.
newcomer.
Timothy, I'm not going to let you speak. We're going to finish this session. What we were meant to be doing today was looking at what could be done to improve and better reflect the sector in terms of this race relations strategic framework, and I think we're getting way off topic there.
It's a two-way thing, Chair, as Fidelma outlined.
Excuse me. I'm not reopening. I'm not reopening this.
Cohesion.
Fidelma, and Timothy. Guys.
Both ways. Something that comes to Northern Ireland, something that sells in the community must.
It's very difficult.
I know. Yeah. Okay. You've said it. I'm sure the newsletter will pick it up tomorrow, Timothy. Well done. Well done. Yeah. I would just like to thank our witnesses today. Thank you. Your written submissions were so helpful. We really appreciate them, and we will ensure that we incorporate them and reflect them in our committee response. Thank you. Okay, members.
I expected. I knew it was coming.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll just change the table.
I didn't get stuck into the box properly.
Fidelma, if you want to carry this on, I'm
Timothy, please, honestly.
I can hear every word you're saying.
That you can.
Good. Yeah. You can take this offline. Thank you.
I'm happy to have that conversation with Fidelma.
Okay, you're now disrupting the meeting. Timothy. Okay, members, we're going to move on to our next panel. So I'm going to welcome to the meeting Dr. Nisha Tandon, who is the Chief Executive of Arts Acta, Anne-Marie White, who is the Refugee Support Operations Manager at the British Red Cross, Daniel Holder, who is the Director of the Committee for the Administration of Justice, and Lillian Sanoy-Barr, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the North West Migrants Forum. So thank you all for coming, and I think Lily, we don't. Yeah, but I'm saying Lily's still online.
Oh yeah, Lily and me. Or if she wants to stay for it, she can.
You can stay if you want.
If I want you.
That's okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't aware of that.
Thank you.
I wasn't aware of that. Okay, Lily. So listen, thank you so much, all four of you, for your for coming to committee today, and also for your written submissions in advance of the meeting. So just like the last panel, I'd just like to maybe ask you to make a few opening remarks, and I'm going to start with you, Nisha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, first of all, for asking Arts Sector to be here. And my piece was community cohesion. Arts Sector welcomed the publication of the draft framework, race relations, though I hate that word, but an associated with the delivery plan 26 to 28 with no outcomes written on it. We particularly welcome the inclusion of community cohesion piece to be given to us to be one of your 4 strategic outcomes, and recognition of racial equality. But I think it requires the whole society to be endorsing that instead of just the draft framework. And for us, first of all, we were just a bit of confused in that community cohesion is a 4th outcome, which should be the first outcome. And also the definition of community cohesion. I have been in this country from last 50 years, and I have been doing community cohesion the day I walked here. So I think for me, community cohesion is not the right word, and I would like to know what is the definition of it. However, whatever is set, the framework sets a positive ambition. Arts sector believes stronger implementation mechanisms, clearer accountability structures, and more meaningful community participation will be required if we intended the outcomes are to be released. I think also we recognize the significance of cultural, which is very important for me as an art sector, social and economic contribution, which minority ethnic communities are making. And you must have listened to the news today, the amount we are spending in bringing in these agency nurses, and that is why are we not having a workforce plan which can deliver a better outcome for this beautiful part of island of Ireland. And the role which minority ethnic communities are playing in peace building. I was part of the Shared Future, civic leadership. I sat on many boards. I still sit on community relations board. Cultural life is my everyday life. Lived experience with the people who I work with. I have approximately 60,000 people I know, not from just from minority ethnic background, but from all backgrounds. And that is our work, true intercultural work, where race and ethnicity sits. And we do not forget about our 2 main denominations, which is very, very important for us. But this also brings in the ongoing experience and engagement work which we have done, but we have also identified several recurring concerns, increasing fear lately, insecurity. I had never ever felt intimidated walking alone in the city centre or in my own street where I come from, South Belfast. I never felt that a woman of colour will be getting racist abuse just walking, daily walk or whatever. I have suffered that recently from last 2 years, whatever has happened. And that should not be happening. And this is me, who can be very good with language skills and with talking, but unfortunately that doesn't come with every woman of colour. And it also is again, I'm going to use that hostile narratives, okay, because that's not right what we do, and social media plays a very, very crucial role in that, and we need to be lack of trust in the institutions. That's not happening, we are reporting mechanisms are not there. Insufficient coordination between the agencies, that's also not happening. Short-term inconsistent funding, like 2 years, what are we going to do in 2 years? You need to have better mechanisms for that, limited opportunities. And I'm again repeating what the first panel has already said. And independent review said a lot of things, but are we implementing? The action plan is not there. It is not coherent. There is not many things which are missing in this current framework. And I think that is very important. And that framework really, really needs to be changed into racial equality strategy. I think that's what I would like to see.
Thank you very much. Okay, would you?
Thank you, and thank you for welcoming us to the committee today. So I manage the refugee support services in Northern Ireland for Red Cross. We report that probably over 2,000 people every year who are seeking protection and granted protection, primarily around navigating services, a system, and also contribution, that longer term contribution and integration. So in general, Red Cross support and we welcome the framework's ambition, but believe it needs a stronger focus on structured interventions, robust governance, and genuine co-design with communities. Clarity on the change of terminology from a racial equality strategy to a race relations framework is really key to understanding how racial equality will be addressed to underpin the improved race relations, or indeed the good relations, particularly within TBUC, and as the secondary intervention prioritised by TEO in the delivery plan. So the introduction of cohesion in the plan is welcomed as a whole community approach, but the definition of cohesion and measuring such would really enhance the framework and work towards ensuring better outcomes for everybody, understanding what cohesion means. Using the public health approach, as the framework states, will look at racism as systemic and help to identify the root causes, addressing attitudes and behaviours and structural barriers through primary, secondary and tertiary interventions. So TEO has prioritised 9 of these 25 interventions, and they've included that into the action plan or into the work plan, delivery plan. And they've also included these 9 interventions as part of the consultation. So I'm not aware of any engagement on how these were prioritised by TEO, and would welcome further discussion on how this prioritisation process happened and the agility to change these priorities if the consultation feedback says differently, or from lived experience or from people working in this sector. So Red Cross is currently undertaking quite a few consultations with people's lived experience, aside from providing a link to the consultation response. And we're hearing more about what people from minority ethnic communities see as priorities to address racial inequality and support cohesion and integration in Northern Ireland. So we welcome the 2-year delivery plan. It's welcomed for its agility in that it states that it proposes to ensure it responds to emerging needs. It's not static according to the delivery plan. And also the issues. We also would welcome a bit more information around how the racial equality subgroup and the thematic groups can inform future editions, as they've stated in the delivery plan and throughout the document. So a clear process outlining this mechanism and the TEO racial equality subgroup's ongoing engagement with TEO and the TEO structures to monitor the plan would really help and ensure a clear governance structure and clarity of roles. Clarity of roles, governance around accountability of the delivery is really important, and the role of the subgroup as well. So further detail on the monitoring and evaluation of the action plan and how the outcomes will be measured to achieve the race relations framework vision is essential to ensure accountability and measure the impact. In particular, the development of robust ethnic equality monitoring across all departments to ensure they achieve the equality of service provision, one of the key outcomes from the framework. So we recommend clear structures on how community expertise informs decision making and the annual progress reports to ensure transparency and accountancy in all the delivery. This again links to the tertiary interventions of the community-led reviews that is noted on the delivery plan. So it also provides the opportunity to begin to address key issues and achieve the 4 outcomes as set out by the race relations framework. The main interventions that Red Cross see as key to improving and removing the barriers to integration as a primary intervention is access to English language support. All the research that Red Cross undertake and operational insight, as well as our recent consultation, feedback from our service users, evidence the need for improved access to English as essential. This has not been prioritised in the delivery plan. Another barrier is a recognition of international qualifications for purposeful economic contribution. Many refugees work below their skill level due to difficulties in having the qualifications recognised, and we urge the framework to address this by supporting access to education and training for all, and considering mechanisms to recognise international qualifications as highlighted by the Department of Economy's review on the widening participation in higher education. So lived experience and co-design are really integral across all the interventions. Our work is rooted in inclusive trauma-informed practice, and we've seen that people with lived experience involving them in policy design leads to better, more relevant outcomes. That's not included as part of this outcome or as part of the priorities that have been set for the delivery plan. So we will be submitting further feedback from those with lived experience through our consultations, and the priorities that they have stated are really important for them to enhance racial equality and race relations and to thrive as active members of the society, economically, socially and culturally. So the groups we've been speaking to, they have prioritised interventions through education, through managing media and misinformation, cultural responsiveness, and hate crime, really confidence in reporting hate crime, identifying it, and legislation. And really importantly, everyone has spoken about understanding the root causes of racism from people's lived experience. That, I guess, links to the secondary intervention of embedding cultural awareness and anti-racism training across public services. So in conclusion, in summary, the Red Cross urges the committee to prioritise English language, support and recognition of qualifications as a primary intervention, embed lived experience and co-design throughout the framework, and ensure robust governance, monitoring and annual reporting. These steps will help us create a more inclusive, equitable and effective approach to race relations in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So before I bring our next speaker in, my notes didn't have down that you're a doctor, so I'll give you your proper title. No, I think it deserves the respect. So it's Dr. Lillian Sienoy Barr. So I'd like to invite you forward to give us your introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee for inviting the Northwest Migrants Forum to give evidence today. The Northwest Migrants Forum work directly with racialized and minoritized communities across Northern Ireland. We are based in the northwest of Northern Ireland. We work with Black and brown people, people seeking refuge, people granted international protection, students, workers, families, and long-term residents. We welcome the committee decision to hear directly from communities affected by racism, because that really matters to us. Too often, decisions about race and racism are made without the voices of those living with the consequences every day. Our communities are deeply fearful of the scale and persistence of racism in Northern Ireland right now. Many people are not only hurt by individual incidents of abuse, hostility, or violence, they are also excluded by the wider failure of treating racism as a serious and urgent societal crisis. Just like the first panel has already articulated, I want to be very clear from the outset. We cannot simply describe the framework for race relations as a welcome and necessary step. Northern Ireland has had strategies, drafts, and final documents and commitments before. The 2005 race relations strategy, for example, was in many ways way stronger than what is currently before us. Before it contained an action plan and achievable objectives, had they been properly implemented. The problem has not been the absence of documents. The problem has been the absence of political priority, implementation, accountability, and sustained leadership. Racial equality has not been treated as a core priority by successive executives, and that is why, in our view, we have reached a breaking point in society. Communities are deeply disappointed. They are tired of being consulted without measurable actions. They are tired of racism being acknowledged in principle but not confronted in practice. The current draft does recognize important issues: racism, racial inequality, hate crime, lived experience, access to public service, ethnic equality monitoring, and the need for updated race relations legislation. Those are important foundations, but recognition alone is not enough. A framework is only as good as the actions, accountability, and resources attached to it. Without clear delivery mechanism, measurable outcomes, independent scrutiny, and departmental responsibility, this risks becoming another document that describes the problem without changing the system that reproduces it. Our central concern is that the framework is still framed around race relations, and this has been the theme throughout today. That language is outdated and too limiting. It risks representing racism as a matter of relationships, tension, and community cohesion, rather than a matter of power, structure, institution, policy, rights, and equal outcomes. When we compare this draft with approaches in Scotland, in Wales, and the Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland is far much behind. Wales is explicit that this seeks to become an anti-racist nation by 2030. Scotland deliberately uses anti-racism to mean identifying, challenging, and dismantling systemic, structural, and institutional racism. The Republic of Ireland defines racism as operating through power, institutions, policies, practices, and cultural norms. Northern Ireland should not set a lower standard for itself. We are therefore asking the committee to recommend that the Executive Office revises the framework before finalization and reframe it as an anti-racism and racial equality framework for Northern Ireland. That revised framework must include clear definitions of racism, institutional racism, structural racism, racialization, anti-black racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-traveler racism, and anti-Roma racism, xenophobia, and other forms of racialized harm. It must include measurable targets, name departmental accountability, proper resourcing, community co-production, annual public reporting, and independent scrutiny. It must also reflect the lived experiences of Black communities, Asian communities, Roma, traveler, migrant, people granted international protection, people seeking safety, and all those affected by racism and racial inequalities. Chair and members of this committee, this is not about improving a policy document, and I want to be very clear about that. It is about deciding what kind of society Northern Ireland wants to become. It is about whether our children feel safe on the street. It is about whether our young people can see a future here, and whether racialized communities can live with dignity, equality, and justice. Our young people are already asking whether they have a future here. This is not only true to young people from minoritized and racialized communities. It is true to so many young people across the north of Ireland who do not want to build their lives in a society marked by intolerance, hatred, division, and inequality. That should concern every single member of this committee, regardless of your background or your belief. You have asked us to discuss about outcome 2, combating racism and race hate. The honest view is that the framework does not yet meet the scale of the crisis. Race hate is increasing, trust in the justice system remains low, and communities are facing racism not only on the streets, but online through misinformation, dehumanization, rhetoric, and harmful narrative. Now, I tell people I now have a PhD when it comes to racial discrimination and hate crime online, because I am one of the biggest victims in Northern Ireland on racism online. So I know what I am talking about here. There is also a serious legislative gap. Northern Ireland is still waiting for modern hate crime legislation, despite the clear recommendations made through Judge Merriman review on strengthening protection for victims and improving how hate crime is addressed. A framework alone cannot protect people. If we are serious about combating racism, this must be backed by law, accountability, victim-centered justice, and clear action on online abuse and racial misinformation. Otherwise, we risk producing another document that names the problem but lacks the power to change it. Okay. Chair, I am almost done.
Okay,
Northern Ireland does not act, if we do not act with urgency and seriousness and courage, we also risk losing a generation of talented, committed young people who will live because they cannot see a future in our society that refuses to confront racism honestly. Reports day in, day out are telling us people no longer want to come here because of the hostile environment, and I'm happy to talk about that later on, that this is why this frame matters, that we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Daniel Holder, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Daniel Holder, Human Rights NGO CAJ. We've been involved in this so long, we were actually part of the coalition of forces that campaigned for the first race relations order back in 1997. I know that's one of the issues you want me to pick up on. We also co-convened the Equality Coalition with Unison. Some of our more recent interventions actually have been around countering the increased far-right organising activity. We've produced 2 reports, one of which is a set of case studies, including Lillian's case study, which is this one. And the second one actually was about the situation specifically in Ballymena and the role of social media and misinformation and disinformation. We're currently working on a third report that's on Newry. If it's ever useful for that to be presented to this committee, we'd be happy to do so. In terms of the other issue you've asked me to focus on, which is the racial equality issue, there's no question that racist intimidation is one of the primary causes that's currently underpinning and exasperating racial equality. And let's not understate how grim things now are. I mean, there's been an absolutely horrific and terrifying rise in racist intimidation and violence, much of it involving elements of loyalist paramilitarism, which is what makes it so dangerous. Over the last few years, there's also been an exponential growth in far-right discourse, far-right misinformation, far-right disinformation that's also driven and underpinned the climate in which attacks happened. All of that's captured in our reports. But what that's left us with is really a very solid climate of fear among many of the migrant communities. A lot of this has an Islamophobic, specifically, element to it as well. I mean, it is widely known, it'll be known by everyone in this room. It's known by the international media. It's been discussed several times by the UN anti-racism and human rights structures that there is paramilitary involvement in racist violence here, that it's growing, that it's getting worse, particularly intimidation from housing. It's also well known around far-right organising. So what is absolutely jaw-dropping about this document that we're here discussing is that none of that is referenced in this anywhere. All of the reality of what is happening on the ground is airbrushed out of this. It's not referenced anywhere. There's nothing about the far right. There's nothing about paramilitary involvement. There's nothing about dealing with housing, intimidation. And of course, these are the issues that shape racial inequality, primarily in housing, to the extreme that there are now, of course, no-go areas for migrant communities there where people are told it's not safe to live. That's happened in some schools. As well. There are also issues over accessing other services. This has been called out by the UN Anti-Racism Committee in 2024. It was also called out by the ISESCA Committee, the UN committee that deals with economic and social rights, specifically looking at the right to housing, where, and I'll quote it, it said, authorities must prevent and combat intimidation by paramilitary groups against ethnic minorities and migrants in Northern Ireland to ensure their access to adequate housing and prevent de facto segregation. I think one of the earlier witnesses had mentioned this was called out by the Independent Reporting Commission as well, that really picked up the PSNI evidence of paramilitary involvement, but really buried the idea that just as if individual incidents were not sanctioned by senior leadership but only by local leadership, then that somehow didn't mean it was paramilitary involved. People turn up to your doors in Ballyclavers, it doesn't make much difference to you what level it was sanctioned at. So all of these issues are ignored by the current framework. They're also, of course, ignored by the executive's tackling paramilitarism strategy that makes no reference at all to paramilitary involvement in racist violence. It also makes no reference at all to housing intimidation. There are huge gaps in the strategic approach there, despite the UN calls. There are other issues that are not mentioned in this document. Islamophobia is not called out at all, despite it underpinning a lot of far-right discourse. The hostile environment, which was Theresa May's own term, obviously when the whole thing got into big disrepute over the Windrush scandal, there was a switch in terminology. But there wasn't actually a switch in the policies. The 2014 and 2016 Immigration Acts are still very much in place. The other contextual factor that's not been mentioned yet is within the lifetime of this strategy, we are staring down the prospect of an election in the UK that brings a party with far-right policies into power. If you look at Reform UK's manifesto, they're not holding back from what they're intending to do. There'll be things like ICE-style mass deportations, the restriction of social security benefits to British citizens only, withdrawing from anti-racism international treaties, withdrawing from human rights treaties. There's nothing in this document about contingency planning for that, where it can be done within devolved competence, yet that is the reality that within the next few years our minority communities could face. So the other issue that I started with, which you asked me to focus on, is the Race Relations Order, which of course hasn't been updated since the last century. And just looking back at this, it is absolutely striking, I hadn't realised this, that no Stormont legislature has ever voluntarily passed racial equality legislation. So When it came in Britain in the 1960s, that was resisted by the Old Stormont Parliament. There was a long delay until it was brought in under direct rule in 1997. The only amendments to that, which had been signed off by officials in secondary regulations, were compelled by EU directives and EU law. There's never been racial equality legislation, and it's a really sorry saga of broken commitments and long delays when you look back at it, and all of the work's been done on it. So what happened first of all at the beginning of this century was the Equality Commission put a lot of work into developing upward harmonisation of racial equality legislation through a single equality bill. That was to be taken forward expeditiously as part of the commitments in the St Andrews Agreement, but that was politically blocked and didn't happen. Then what the Equality Commission did was given the context of the blocking of the Single Equality Act, they then focused on specific proposals for racial equality law reform that they published in 2009. That didn't happen either and didn't progress either. Then in 2014 they did the same. They revised the proposals, came up with other racial equality law reform proposals. That didn't happen either. There was then a commitment in the 2015 racial equality strategy to do this, and then nothing happened for years and years. They refreshed and revised their analysis and proposals to bring them up to date in 2022 with an expert paper by Professor Bryce Dixon. They also produced their own position paper, sort of blueprint for reform of the law. And then nothing happened until there were no ministers in post. Then there was a consultation in 2023. That ended 3 years ago.
We're running a wee bit out of time here.
Sure.
No, I totally agree, and I think we will pick that one up in questioning. I know it's certainly something that Carol might mention around, because we as a committee, we had hoped that we would have had even a first briefing in terms of what was in the new race relations order, and if we are going to make any progress on it, it would need to happen before summer recess, and the clock is ticking, so apologies for cutting you off there. I'm just conscious of time. So I'm going to go to Tanisha first. First of all, I'm so sorry that you experienced that recently. You're such a well-known figure in South Belfast, and it is really shocking.
North
and further afield.
Yes,
absolutely.
everybody knows Nisha.
No,
Oh my God!
No, but I'm
I
so
didn't
sorry.
know that I'm that famous, so I should be sitting there then.
I think it was in your piece around the local community tension monitoring and the early intervention system. So obviously Belfast City Council brought this in 2009. I went down a bit of a rabbit hole today around their own Belfast tension monitoring process, and then they brought in the PCSPs, etc. So whatever happened to those? Because in some ways I thought that maybe some of them were still in existence, like the interface one in South Belfast. I think they're a really good concept. I'm just wondering, did they get up and then they sort of withered away, as sometimes these things happen?
Yes, I feel that the early interventions might be still implementing.
Okay.
But as far as the community tension monitoring, especially in Belfast area of where I deliver or we deliver our programs, we have not come across any data or any implementation of the plans how to do that. But I know that PSP had just sort of dwindled down a little bit in that in certain areas. But I really have no answer for that. But I think that needs to be brought back, and I think that needs to be really, and it was a good way of sort of
early warnings.
And just sort of also recognizing what the issues are and implementing ASAP on them, but it's not happening anymore. Well, as far as I know, I could be wrong.
I sort of came to that conclusion myself when I was sort of looking online earlier. So I suppose the other aspect of the your submission there was about the limited opportunities for minority ethnic communities to participate in decision making. I'm not sure whether you want to answer that or whether maybe Lillian does, or just in terms of participation. Do you want to take it first then?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak from Belfast City Council's point of view, because I am part of Belfast City Council's area. I mean, there is all these strategic plannings which goes on to make better place for everybody, but there is no minority ethnic representation. They will listen, they will be invited to the consultations, but on the other hand, if it is a cultural framework or cultural whatever, we are the first ones to be asked, and we give our interventions in that and our recommendations, and we are listened to it. from where cultural and social cohesion is concerned. But otherwise, it's nothing that, you know, whenever they are planning infrastructure, planning this, planning that, we are not part of it. And I don't see any representation of it. But saying again, we are presenting next week to Belfast City Council's Strategic Planning Committee. I don't know why we were asked to do that, but we are, presenting our way of working in that intercultural hub, which we have, and how successful it has been, bringing 16 creatives who are working there, 10 advocacy and lobbying organizations which are sitting in that hub, and it's very intercultural, and it is working a dream, but maybe that's the way they want us to see, you know, a good story. But what will come out of it, I have no idea.
But maybe turn to you, Lillian, then, in terms of that wider decision making as opposed to just being rolled out for cultural consultations.
Yeah, and that's the reality. I think minoritized peoples are seen as visitors, not part of society. They're not members of the society that are going to settle here, and that is why they're not included in decision making or to participate. There's also an issue where it comes to consultation rather than co-designing. You bring a paper that you have decided how you want to do, and you just want people to tick what is the best part and which one they can endorse, and that is also a big barrier. The timing for consultation itself, including people in those discussions, it doesn't take the reality on the ground. You have minoritized people who are working every single day. Not everyone is on social welfare. Not everyone wants to be on social welfare if they were allowed to work. They are busy working, building their lives, and they do not get the information because they are not met where they are. So there are like strategies that are used which are exclusionary than including their voices there. There's a lot of organizations out there that could mobilize minoritized people who can credibly give their voices, not only give the voices, actually, it's actually go beyond building communities and supporting that infrastructure that is required to change this society. But they are ignored because their voices are not valued. And I think that is the point. The voices of minoritized people are not valued or respected as people who are the fabric of Northern Ireland. If we can change that to see them as part of society, not as visitors or people who are here for a shorter period and leave, then we might just include them.
Okay, thank you. So, Daniel, it's quite a hard-hitting paper you submitted. I can't say that I disagree with much of it, having worked in inner-city communities my whole career. What do we do about this issue? You've said there about providing effective protection. You know, I've supported families, not necessarily with their ethnic minority, but people who seem to be supporting people who are from ethnic minority backgrounds out of houses. And just seems to be this powerlessness around allowing people to live safely and free from racist intimidation. Like, what would you like to see in this strategic framework or strategy to actually properly tackle this issue?
We have a series of recommendations in reports, but one of them is the urgent need to tackle disinformation and misinformation that underpins the climate that justifies and leads to racist violence, and a lot of that is done on social media. And we've mapped a lot of it. Political leadership against misinformation and disinformation is extremely important as well. It's important not to. There are real crises out there in things like housing. Everyone knows that every elected rep lives that. That's been the case for many, many years. To scapegoat migrants for all of that, and obviously every bit of democratic change, every bit of housing policy has different impacts across the housing market, but to actually scapegoat migrants, and when you look at some of the stuff that's online, a lot of it is variations of sort of far-right tropes of the Great Replacement theory that was put around in the Ballymena context, despite the population change in that council area being 0.1% in the latest year that there's for figures. So tackling the disinformation and political leadership against racism is one element, but there does need to be a fresh look at the structural processes that are used to handle housing intimidation. Now, the intimidation points thing was raised earlier on, and the removal of that and the vacuum that's left. But there was a much broader sort of concern around that the way the system was operating was almost allowing paramilitary groups to subcontract intimidation, because what you were getting was a system that really verified the threat to make sure it was real, and then moved the person on, rather than focusing on enforcement action against the suspects and perpetrators, which it's almost like managing paramilitary intimidation in an area rather than doing that. The other thing that needs handled much better, and the PSNI have taken some quite significant steps recently to do that, is racist intimidation in public space, in terms of the plethora of posters that initially weren't removed because of paramilitary links. Now, the PSNI switched its policy so that it will now tackle and remove those displays which constitute the most harm. So there's a whole lot of structural changes that are needed in there, as well as broader issues.
Thank you. I'm just very conscious of time, so I'm going to move on to Deputy Chair, please.
Thank you, and I hopefully not hold you up too long. The comment was made this afternoon that a framework cannot protect people. It's going to have to be legislation. I think that's absolutely true, and the history of Northern Ireland has shown that time without number. I can go back to the 1970s when we introduced fair employment legislation, when we produced religious discrimination legislation and equality legislation, and it was only when it became the law that you could not discriminate against someone on the grounds of religion or religious beliefs that we started to change society here in Northern Ireland. I think there are lots of things we can do in terms of frameworks to encourage and to develop programmes, but unless you have the stick as well as the card, it just isn't going to work. That's the sad reality of Northern Ireland. One other question I want to ask you about is in respect of how we invest in building this society and community that has true racial equality at its heart. There will be a cost to that. And it seems to be that no doubt it falls into the same category as so many other things that happen in Northern Ireland. Groups are set up, funding is there, and then it falls away again, and everybody's back in the race to get that funding. Surely this is an area which demands ring-fence funding. It's an area that demands serious fiscal intervention to ensure that we all start on we deliver that racially equal playing field for everyone. I'm going to risk the wrath of the Chair and Timothy in respect of this. In the previous discussion, reference was made to Ballymena. Mid and East Antrim Borough Council turned down money that was there to assist building a better community for people and to assist people to integrate into that community. And I think it wasn't the whole reason why things kicked off in Ballymena, but it most certainly contributed to it. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone respond to that? No.
I think you're completely right. We cannot implement race equality without investment, but I think we need to step back and look at the fundamental principles of the Good Friday Agreement. Mm-hmm. And that is where we are talking about equality and equality of opportunities really started in Northern Ireland. Right now, we cannot really say there is discrimination between Catholics and Protestants when it comes to fair employment, when it comes to even housing. I know there's a crisis in housing and we need to mention that, and we need to be very clear that it is a lack of investment in housing that is causing the crisis that we have here. It's not immigrants coming here. When it comes to racial equality, we need to use the same principles. That we are now not a community of two traditions. We are a community of more traditions. We need to acknowledge that. We are becoming a global society because of global issues that are happening, because of migration, for many, many reasons. So it is time that we acknowledge we are now a diverse society and we need to step away from the 50-50 plan to something different. It can be 60-30, it can be 40, whatever you want to call it, but it has to acknowledge that Northern Ireland is no longer a community of two traditions. We have moved past that. And if we are honest, there are many people like Nisha, you've been here for over 30 years.
50.
50 years. 50 years, her children are not immigrants, they are citizens of Northern Ireland. But because they look different, they will be called illegal immigrants, and that's the fact. So we need to move from seeing immigrants as people who have come here for a shorter period. They are members of this society, they make the fabric of this society, and has to be included just like everybody else.
Okay, just very briefly, Chair, just to bust one other myth in terms of people paying tax. Because once you get into employment, there are barriers to get into employment, but once you get into employment, you pay tax. But you pay a lot more than tax, because many people who migrate to Northern Ireland, if they bring family members and others, and I have dealt with this as a constituency representative, I've had people who work in university coming to me and telling me about the additional £20,000 that they have to pay to engage in the National Health Service. That's unfair. It's wrong.
Yeah. It's not only that, even if the international student is coming, it's not just the fees they have to pay on top of the accommodation and all that, and then they have no right to work, and that's it. So how do they're coming from very well-off families back home, and then they are contributing whatever we are in our economic, conditions, and I think that's where the issue lies as well. So for me, I just feel that it has to be more of a training, anti-racism training within the public services, within our institutions, that, it is two-way story. It's not just one way that you're here taking, same old stereotype which we are having. I have lived here for so long, and I don't want to be but I have worked from day one, contributed. My children are working, my husband worked, and we are contributing all. But now I fear for my grandkids who are intercultural, but they are facing so much intimidation and bullying within their schools. Just because they are intercultural. They're married to a local subject. That should not be happening because they look different, and that's it. That should not be. Those systems have to be really, really embedded. And these are the issues which happen within the community side of things as well. So I think it's very important that we need to work together, and leadership has to be at key. If our leaders are not showing that, then unfortunately, this is not going to bring down to the other, the civil society.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Timothy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can I just start off by saying I was disappointed, Nisha, to hear what you have experienced. That's certainly not reflective of Northern Ireland. It's disappointing to hear that that's happened in 2026. Daniel, if I could pick up some of your comments, and could I just ask you, can you define for me what far right is?
Well, the Overton window has shifted on that, hasn't it? Given us so many far right policies, and now within a lot of mainstream parties, and indeed the most powerful person in the world. But there'd be a number of characteristics of what a far right party would be, and there's a number of tropes that underpin that. So some of the things that come out are things like arguing the great replacement theory, i.e. that there's some sort of community displacement going on, a conspiracy for the Christian West to be replaced by Muslims, things like that. It tends to be parties, though, that would face down the scapegoating of a particular group, particularly migrant or a minority group or Muslims, and would tend to have quite coercive policies towards those groups. So there's a number of ways you could draw out those sort of facets. But the way of really looking at it is to look at the policies that are being openly presented in manifestos. And if they're things like mass deportations, mass scapegoating of migrants, then that's pretty far right. And I think it's I welcome the question, because I think it's important that we do call that out and don't shy away from it.
But at the same time, you're applying a label to people that might hold views of protecting borders, which I have absolutely no problem with, and that's something I would actively encourage. When the UK voted for Brexit, it was to take back control of our borders. You're talking about scapegoating migrants, and you mentioned earlier in your comments regarding the crisis in housing. I don't think there's anybody in this room or in government collective saying that that's the sole reason why there's a crisis in housing. You know, when I look at it, it's failure to connect to sewage networks is a massive issue, failure to build enough houses. But to turn around and say that immigration in Northern Ireland doesn't play a part of that, I think is burying your head in the sand.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, there is a distinction between general political discussion on immigration policy and blatant racist scapegoating of minoritized communities. That distinction, and in particular, when information is put forward that simply isn't true, that numbers are exaggerated, that incidents are, or even in the circumstances quite often where an incident involving someone from a particular ethnic background is lit upon, and then the entire community is scapegoated and subject to mass expulsion or disproportion. It would be unthinkable that if someone from a Protestant Unionist background or from a Catholic nationalist background committed or was accused of a crime, that the entire community would then be targeted and blamed and put out of their houses on that basis, as if they were all collectively responsible. So there's a big distinction between the general discussion of immigration policies and the regulation of borders and the racist stereotyping of migrant populations, and you can map the distinction pretty well. In terms of the housing issue, there is a real crisis in housing, and there are many factors underpinning that. Some of that was picked up by the previous panel. There is an issue about the privatisation of asylum accommodation within MEAS and the impact that has on the housing market. But at the same time, there's also a lot of mis and disinformation, some of which has come from elected representatives. So there's discourse around, quote unquote, how the housing executive might be housing illegal immigrants in a particular house. Well, first of all, that isn't the right term. But in terms of someone who's an irregular migrant, you don't get state housing. No, any elected representative would know that. So why say it? There's some examples in the reports. I think it might have been your party colleague Edwin Poots at one point. I think it was in relation to South Belfast, the HMO.
That you do indeed put somebody's name to it.
Timothy,
well,
Daniel was just responding to a question
Timothy.
there.
So you're saying the Speaker of the House made them comments?
I think there was, I don't think he did it in the capacity of Speaker of the House, but I think we're referring back to the issue in Belver in South Belfast some time ago. I think it was Edwin Poots. I can check the report and see who the name was. It was a talk about whether the housing executive was going to house illegal migrants. This was in a context where racist posters had gone up that were UDA linked. And there was a level of intimidation of minority communities. Going back to the housing issue, though, that's not the only thing. We need to be careful about the HMO language, because there's always been a genuine issue about HMOs, but some of the far-right organising groups are now using this essentially as a synonym for migrants living in particular areas. They know it's too obviously racist to say we don't want migrants in the area, so they're organising and campaigning around HMOs. But when you look at the rest of the discourse and when you look at things that are posted up and what's posted beneath them, it quite often is blatantly racist. I think a previous member had also picked up on the issue of the exploitation by some landlords of housing tenants and the issues that raised. I'm sure that's a genuine issue across the board, but the solution to that obviously is tougher regulation. Look at rent controls, look at regulating the housing market in a more robust way than it particularly is. But in housing, we can't deny that there's an enormous problem of housing intimidation that urgently needs dealt with and needs dealt with through legislative reform, including the hate crime stuff that's also held up years on from the Marinin Review.
But we can't gaslight people and say that immigration in Northern Ireland doesn't play a part in that. You talked about the 0.1% change in Mid and East Antrim, and you mentioned that as misinformation. But if you look at people, let's look at Ballymena, for example, the area defined as G3, that between 2011 and 2021, 52% of those living in that area came from outside the UK in Ireland. So when we look at the Roma in particular, there's 1,529 Roma in Northern Ireland. 785 of them were concentrated in the North Antrim area, with the vast majority of them in Ballymena. Now that was a group of people that didn't want to integrate into the local community. And to just say, and that's far right, putting out, you know, facts and figures like that, downplaying it. You know, you talk about far right as if you have disdain for people like that. Why would we need a contingency plan if Reform UK form the next government? I think that's a ludicrous statement to make.
So is that your question? Why do we need a contingency plan if Reform UK form the next government? In terms of those figures, by the way, I mean, the figures are tiny across Northern Ireland. If you take one house and go, well, 100% of the people in that house are from a migrant background. If you take one street, you can inflate figures. But if you look at the whole council area, the numbers are actually quite small.
One at a time, please.
And what I'm talking about is verified information online on far-right organising accounts that inflates numbers, gives misinformation.
So who are these
in terms
far-right?
of
Name them.
if the committee would like, maybe Mr. Gaston is suggesting that we come back and present the detailed information in these reports, then I'm sure we can.
Way off topic.
Then I'm sure we could. I'm sure we could do
way
that.
off topic again.
In terms of the contingency planning around Reform UK, it is eminently foreseeable if there's an attempt to do mass deportations, particularly if that's put under military control, which is one of the suggestions that Reform had, that it's going to have very serious impacts on our community, if, as well as the sectarian impact here, if they followed it through here, restricting benefits to British citizens only clearly is going to remove a massive safety net from those within our communities who aren't British citizens. Now, that's actually devolved competence to an extent in terms of social security. So there are things that can be contingency planned. There are many other things, but I think I'd test the chair's patience.
Well, because there's 3 more to come in.
Yeah.
And we'll leave it there. I'm going to move on. Carol, please.
So, thank you everyone for coming. Daniel, your paper basically outlines that, I suppose, the reality of here. So when it comes to legislation that's progressive, so for example, if you look at reproductive rights for women, marriage equality, Irish language, all had to come from Westminster because the DUP don't do rights. So that's what you're talking about here. And I think this issue around the need for a racial equality strategy will probably come down to the same thing. That's my own sense of this. I don't know, but it's my own sense of it. I think the issue is that, and that's why you have people who have to go to court, anti-poverty, Irish language strategy twice, because there's a denial of rights. I'm only stating what you already know. I don't want just, so there are some people here that want a racial equality strategy, and there's others who want a framework. My advice would be that framework should be populated with language around a racial equality strategy. And from listening to the first panel and yourselves, I'm fairly confident that you will do that, because I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by the fact that Ballymena, South Belfast, and again, Nisha, sorry that you had to go through that. Ballymena, South Belfast, or any phobia isn't mentioned in that framework, and it's embarrassing. So the question I have is, how do you get a race relations order in absence of political agreement?
I think there's a real test here as to whether the current structures in Stormont are capable of delivering racial equality legislation or other equality type legislation. We do not have the Stormont structures that were committed to under the Good Friday Agreement. Where we were supposed to have executive and legislative power constrained only by a Bill of Rights, of recognised objective standards.
Bill of Rights was blocked as well.
I managed to throw it in there. We have a different system that was devised at St Andrews, where either one of the larger parties has a veto over practically anything going to the executive. There is also a veto over things going on the executive agenda. And let's take this as a case in point. So we have a racial equality strategy that commits to upgrading the race relations order. All the parties presumably signed off on that. All the work's been done. Yet it hasn't happened. And it's reasonable to conclude, given as the TO officials told the Equality Commission conference the other day, that this was yet to go onto the executive table. that someone has blocked it from going on the executive agenda. So do we have the same person now signing off on this document saying that we're going to upgrade the race relations order whilst behind closed doors blocking it from the executive agenda? Because that means essentially, what hope do we have, unless there's some change of heart, what hope do we have of this being delivered within this strategy if it was signed off on in the last strategy and then its progress was obstructed?
So my point is that any progressive legislation in terms of the denial of rights here in recent times has had to come from Westminster because this place needs reformed. I mean, that's basically what you're saying.
Yes.
There won't be a race relations order properly unless there's reform of these institutions and in vetoes.
There's so much. If you pick up the New Decade, New Approach and look at all, and we were heavily involved as a sector in that process and all of the consultation groups with all of the parties, and got a lot into that document of very progressive commitments to equality strategies and things like that. If you look down them, none of them have gone anywhere. None of them. There has been no new approach. They have just been repeatedly blocked or delayed, and it looks like the Good Jobs bill will now go the same way. That's the worry that a lot of people in our sector have. The current structures in Stormont are incapable of delivering that. In terms of what we would like to see, and in terms of reforms, we've set that out in evidence to a different committee, to the IREC committee, the Assembly Executive Review Committee.
I'm on that.
Can I just really say something about that? It strikes me that we have elected representatives who actually believe that racial equality cannot be delivered here, and it is based on history. It's based on what evidence that we have seen here. And what I could say is that a few years ago, we gave evidence to the Parliamentary Committee asking that racial equality, especially the race relations order and hate crime legislation,
Westminster?
Yes,
right.
That comes directly from them. And that was not supported by the Executive Office. I wish if it was supported by political parties who believe that cannot be delivered here, because if that voice added to the voices of minoritized people who are asking that Westminster now legislate because the Executive Office has no ability to do so because there's no political will, then I think the voice will be heard. And what I could ask directly, persuading yourself, members of the Sinn Féin, the SDLP and Alliance, maybe it is time that we agree that the Stormont Executive will not deliver racial equality, will not give us safeguards that we need to be safe and to feel that we belong here, and ask directly from Westminster for that to happen. That would be my plea, because it is very clear we will never get it here.
Okay. And my last question is in relation to, so I've asked this primarily around housing because hate crime, the removal of intimidation points leave people who are subjected to hate crime or any form of violence, sectarianism, domestic violence, homophobia. The current system doesn't allow for those protections. The previous system was abused. I think every political party has agreed on that. And, we've seen families who have, languished years on the waiting list for someone to go and buy a threat in one door and walk out with points in the next. That system, and it didn't matter what colour you were, what religion you were, that system was abused right across the board. But my concern is, and my anxiety is in relation to housing, and I said this to the previous panel, because there's nothing else there. The people who need protection, Section 75 isn't cutting it for them. They need something else. What would that look like? Would that be covered in the race relations order, or what other pieces of legislation do you think?
I mean, the Bill of Rights would have had a right, enforceable right to housing, and which could have dealt with the lack of a state response. And this said, intimidation points were removed. There was, yes, as with every system, there was a level of abuse. I don't think that's the reason why it was removed, though. Primarily, it was removed in the mouth of a judicial review taken by the Human Rights Commission that related to the gap or gaping hole in the law around victims of misogynistic violence and domestic abuse. It didn't cover that particular category. That was the context in which it was removed, and it leaves a significant gap because people can no longer get intimidation points. It also actually leaves a gap in data gathering and mapping how much housing intimidation is going on, because it's now much more difficult to track. And there's no real indication that it's gone down. But we will no longer be able to rely on statistics in relation to intimidation point applications.
That's me. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Philip, please.
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. Thank you very much for coming on. Though I must say, I think the latter half of the presentations have been hugely disappointing and become very political. Dr. Barr, obviously, you're entitled to do this, but you're a member of the SDLP. And you're entitled to hold that position. You're an elected representative for the SDLP, but I just think it's important that the record reflects that. And you may have a view that the SDLP...
I'm not speaking here on behalf of the SDLP. I'm speaking based on my lived experience and also evidence-based actions that we can see.
The SDLP, the Alliance Party and Sinn Féin should do a particular thing. When you're saying that, I think it's important to
I think it is clear from Karen where she is mentioning...
Could you let me finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think when you're making proposals that contain your political party, that you should declare that to the committee. So I just want to have that on the record. Daniel, I think your contributions were highly political. I'm factually incorrect on a number of occasions. So firstly, I think you should quickly reflect and retract the remarks you made about the Speaker. Your own document states, in a quotation mark, he said that speculation that the flats are to be used for illegal immigrants is rife. You said in your earlier remarks he stated that the flats were being used by illegal immigrants. So this is being recorded and broadcast. So if I were you, I would quickly retract your statement about Edwin Poots, because it's very, very misleading. And he may wish to take that further. You made comments about the Good Jobs Bill, which you know nothing about. Okay, so you have no idea what's happening at the executive on the issue tomorrow, but yet you come out with a blasé statement that it's going to be blocked by the DUP. So don't make blasé statements about issues that you don't know. You then go on to state that you don't know, it wouldn't happen anywhere in Northern Ireland that Catholics or Protestants would be put out of areas because of their religion. Have you heard of Torrance in North Belfast?
Oh, stop it. It's ridiculous.
I'm happy to answer the questions.
You can answer the question whatever way you see fit.
Let's read into the record exactly what Edwin Poots said. He said, speculation that the flags, and it was Edwin Poots. Thankfully, I did get the right person.
You did.
Although he's actually described as an MP here. He is, of course, an MLA. Speculation that the flats are to be used for illegal immigrants and rife, and it is for the Housing Executive to confirm its veracity or deny it. Now, Edwin Poots must surely know there are no circumstances under which, quote-unquote, illegal immigrants would be housed in housing executive accommodation. So it is highly irresponsible to make a statement that reflects far-right tropes and discourse about irregular migrants being housed in public housing. In terms of the Good Jobs Bill, let's see what happens. But I do know there was a trade union protest here last week, which you did speak at, and there was quite serious concerns about this, about the Good Jobs Bill not progressing. And then the third issue, sorry.
So you said it wouldn't happen anywhere in Northern Ireland that Catholics or Protestants would be put out of their area because of their religion. So
no, I didn't say that. What I said,
you did say that.
Well, you can read back the Hansard. What I said is, take a circumstance where an individual is accused of a serious sexual crime, and they happen to be, for example, from a white Protestant community background, or they're from a white Catholic community background. You would not then get a pogrom against people from white Protestant backgrounds and remove collectively and move them to the area. The individual might be targeted, but no one's going to be targeted for community, yet we constantly get the refrain that when a migrant is accused of a crime, and there are many examples of this, then the entire community is then scapegoated and blamed. That is very clearly what I was referring to.
Okay, so you do accept that people are put out of places based on their religion, and
I-
there has
I-
been.
I do
Let me
ex-
just finish. Sorry.
Okay,
And there
yeah.
has been areas created that you can't go based on your religion or live because of your religion. You accept that, yes?
I accept that there's sectarian and racist intimidation, yes.
So you accept that there are areas where Protestants can't go to live.
I don't know about no-go areas, particular for.
Oh, really?
I can't name a particular area.
You've never heard
at the minute.
You've never heard of Torrance, no?
I don't know about the circumstance in Torrance, and
Heard
that
of
would
Ardoyne?
depend on whether there's a
Heard of Feldon?
whether there's
Then-
an armed
I think
group.
it's interesting,
Is
Chair,
there
that there's
actually?
No, it might be
is there
interesting, but
actually-
it's not actually
Sorry.
of relevance
It
to
is.
this
It's relevant to
session.
what the member said.
It's
Can you
not-
tell me what schools are no-go schools for ethnic minorities?
So you'd be aware of this because it was in your own constituency.
What is
The girls' model school. There was a
Here's-
particular
hold on,
incident
sorry.
when the education
Sorry, you're now
authority said
saying
it was
Earl's
unsafe.
model is a no-go. Sorry, are you putting on the official record of the Northern Ireland Assembly that the girls' model is a no-go school for ethnic minorities?
I don't believe that.
So we now have a member of the community saying, well, what you said is nonsense, sir. I'm going to end my
Said.
session there.
Huh?
Paula, but this is
Sorry, that's
ridiculous.
not- that's
just
not what
had-
I
yes,
said.
yes, it
That
what
is
you
not
said.
what I
you
said,
said there
Mr.
are
Brad.
no-go schools for people in Northern Ireland. There are no-go areas for ethnic minorities.
There are no-go areas for ethnic minorities,
You said
but
there was
equally
no-go schools.
the education
You have
the
slurred the
education
girls' model,
authorities.
which is a
Let
great
Philip
school
finish his point.
of
I'll let
great
you in, and
people.
then-
You should withdraw that remark. You've been contradicted by a member of this panel. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop making sweeping statements on your politically motivated views. You may be against the DUP, you may be against the unionist community, that is up to you, but don't go against a school in Northern Ireland which does vital work, which has members of the ethnic minority in it all the time, brings in the great work that Nisha and others do to celebrate that, and you should withdraw that and apologise immediately. Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Chair.
please, Daniel.
There was an incident at school that is documented in there
Yes,
where
there
the
was, and it was
education
condemned.
authorities.
Philip,
That
I'm
doesn't-
giving him the right of
that does
reply.
not make it a
Philip,
no-go
order, please,
school.
Philip.
You should reflect
Philip,
that.
I'm
no-go
waiting.
area. It
I'm
was a
trying to let
no-go school
Daniel.
for those
Daniel,
children.
Yes,
Sorry.
that's
please.
not what you said. So
Please.
apologise for that.
Please. I'm just letting
Ridiculous
Daniel have a
remark.
response, and then Nisha, and then I've got another person wants to come in. Go ahead, please. Just finish. Respond to Philip's.
Very
comments.
quickly, there's a case study in there that everyone can read about the Girls Model School and the fact that the education authority said that it was not safe for children of that ethnicity to remain there. The worry is that pattern could be repeated in other
Could be
places.
repeated.
Okay.
So it's not a no-go school.
Philip, you're being disrespectful.
I'm not.
'cause it-
Sir,
'cause no, I'm saying
Chair,
you're being
he just-
disrespectful to the
Chair,
fact that I
Chair,
want
you
Nisha
don't
to
think
respond.
You don't think it's disrespectful
It's
for a
being
witness
no,
to come
I'm
along
saying
to
you're
this
being
committee
disrespectful
and
because
claim,
you know that I was.
and claim that a school is a no-go area for ethnic
Well,
minorities.
you've raised it. I'm
is a
saying you're being
ridiculous comment.
disrespectful to the next speaker who you know
Absolutely
that I was
ridiculous
going to bring in
comment.
next. And then I'll let you come back in. You won't.
Philip, that incident happened, okay, and there was a whole big report.
There was, and I was involved
yeah,
in it.
and in that we were approached, and I'm saying that we were approached, and we have been doing long-term interventions in that school, and we have had a sustainable model now with both girls' model and boys' model, just to prove that minority ethnic children are welcomed in that area, and they are welcomed, and the principal and everybody, all the teachers are listening, and they are doing a great work with our organization. So Daniel, yes, that happened, and that was a big issue, but I don't think so that is to be put in context. You know, and North Belfast is a very welcoming place if we really want to make it work, you know.
I appreciate that contribution,
Yeah.
Nisha. Would you like to come back, Philip, or is that you
So
finished?
I just think that you should withdraw the remark. What happened to those two children was unacceptable, and that was dealt with. But to state that a school is a no-go area for ethnic minorities, when I guess you've never even stepped foot in it. You just comment on from on working class Protestant communities, like all the work that you do.
Well, I think you're trying to throw sectarian mudslinging there and pretend that I'm sort of attacking a community. But I'm not. I'm attacking I'm attacking far right actors.
Your evidence session has been full.
Where did that come from? I'm attacking far right. I'm attacking far right actors who are involved in intimidation. I do have other examples.
Nobody can hear anybody right now. So All I'm going to do is...
Look, would I be able to propose that we as a committee invite Mr. Holder
Yes.
to visit the girls' model?
The clerk will
and
take
then
that
he
down.
could outline to them why he thinks the school is no-go.
It was at that point for those girls, Philip. I'm
Mr.
pleased
Holder
that...
and Mr. Brett
No
and
go
Mr.
area
Gaston, I'm
traffic.
now going to second name, so that's we're moving on. Please go ahead, please, Deborah.
Thank you. I'm entirely disappointed, like my colleague, in terms of how the end of this session has went, because to be honest, talking about the DUP in terms of that we are deniers of rights and one thing and another, me and Philip are sitting here on this committee scrutinising this document. Our party is in the executive. We hold the Deputy First Minister position. We would not have got to this stage if we were deniers of rights. So I think people need to reflect on their language as well. The irony of what we're discussing here is about inclusion, and I think to denigrate other parties, to cast aside unionism, really, I have to say, and the DUP in relation to this discussion has been outrightly disgraceful today, and I am disappointed about that, because myself and Philip come here as two people that are willing to listen, to inform ourselves and to scrutinise these documents. So I would ask people to reflect on what they have said today, because today there was political pleas made in this committee around what should be taken forward. I've never heard the like of that in a committee before, where other parties have been taken out of that and a plea was made to other political parties. So I want to put that on the record today, that I find that quite offensive to the other parties that are within the executive but also sit on this committee. Just in terms of, Daniel, you had made some points around paramilitarism. Mm-hmm. Can you clarify what you mean by that?
Around paramilitary involvement in racist violence.
Yeah.
That many of the incidents that have involved racist intimidation and violence have links to certain elements of loyalist paramilitary groups.
Do you believe Republican paramilitarism has been involved?
There's no indication of that yet.
Okay, because I represent the community in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and I have seen Republican activity related to intimidation, particularly around immigration as well. So I think that it is not just loyalism. I think we need to call out paramilitarism right across the board. So would you call that out today?
Wherever there is evidence, yes. I mean, we're doing the two reports we initially did focused on far-right organising, because it was Ballymena and other places that largely focused on British Loyalist connection.
You referenced Newry today. I find it very strange to see people in Newry stand with a tricolour. I would find that very strange.
Some of your party representatives
if they were loyalists, I would find it very strange if they were with a tricolour.
If you'd let me finish, the first two reports we did, the third report we're doing does relate to Newry, where the far-right activity is essentially Irish tricolour waving far-right activity. It's not British far-right activity. It's not loyalist linked at all. We've not identified any links to any paramilitary organisation, like a named dissident Republican organisation, for example, to any armed group. And I think we need to make a distinction here between racist discourse and far-right ideas and things like that are taking hold through social media across all communities. They're not just affecting one or two, but what we're talking about is specific far-right actors here. And there's clear indications of paramilitary involvement, whether you want to look at the IRC report, some of the PSNA statements, but also where it's even more obvious, where you get a new housing estate and you get UDA flags going up and then the words locals only or no foreigners being painted next to them.
That's not just in loyalist communities, though.
Most of the incidents that are mapped.
Give me figures.
I don't have the figures on the top of my head.
Okay, so we don't have the figures. But there is.
I can give you patterns.
It is right across the board.
Doesn't fit his narrative.
You know,
the statistics don't fit your narrative. The
you
overwhelming
haven't given
majority
the
of these
statistics.
incidences.
Daniel,
Yeah.
if you address your response to Deborah. Deborah, do you want to move on to another line of questioning, and then
yeah,
we?
because I don't think I'm getting anywhere. I would like to see the figures in relation to what he is saying.
Very select figures.
I just want to also state, I don't want to open up this again, but I do just want to state, I did a quick check in relation to schools, okay? There's a schools admission code for 2021, okay? And within that, it talks about admissions for vulnerable children. So for me, the sweeping statement that schools are no-go areas for children from an ethnic minority is totally blown out of the water whenever you look at the schools admission code. So I would advise you to go and look at that schools admission code from 2021.
Okay.
To be clear, it's not the schools admission policies that make schools unsafe for ethnic minorities. It's where there are areas where kids are told, look, do not go, and told times by people in authority, I would not go to that school. It will not be safe for you there. That does happen. I'm not gonna name them for obvious reasons.
We're getting way again. I think
yeah.
I was giving you a bit of latitude there, Deborah, too, because I recognise that some of the commentary today's maybe have been offensive or upset you, but we have to get back to the purpose of why we're here today, and it's about trying to shape this document going forward so it actually delivers on the issues that have been presented to us by our witnesses in this panel and the panel before.
Witnesses. Or the all now.
Deborah, have you any other questions?
Yeah, there was just one more. Lillian, this is definitely related to the actual document. So Wales, Scotland, Republic of Ireland, I have seen in your submission, you have said basically that they're stronger in their approach. So I'm assuming from that you would see that as regions of best practice. Though Wales they're working towards an anti-racist nation by 2030. And Scotland deliberately uses the language of anti-racism, focus on identifying, challenging and dismantling and structural institutional racism. Okay, so my challenge around that is how that is actually done, because if you reach a stage where you have an anti-racist nation by 2030, how do you quantify that? And how is that, I suppose, in a way placed? Because you can't stop once it comes to 2030 if you've reached that goal. But I'm also not sure how you actually achieve that, because we've talked there, you talked yourself about online abuse and how that is placed. I mean, I received online abuse, in the last few days, and that you're challenging social media companies. That's just not a government issue, that's wider, because we're talking about businesses here. So how do you actually achieve that, if that's something that you feel should be contained in a Northern Ireland context in any strategy going forward?
Deborah, thank you very much for that question, and thank you for asking it, because we went with one of your colleagues to Wales to try and see how they will achieve that, and that is why I'm confident they will. They have backed all their strategies and outcomes with resources and also knowledge. First of all, education. If you go to every school, Wales is the first ever area in the United Kingdom that has embedded minoritized ethnic people and Black history in the schools. It is part of their curriculum to understand how people come to this country, to educate young people, to embrace different cultures, different languages, and to fully feel included. Minoritized communities and Welsh children, they use language that is very inclusive. That is the first thing, which it means from the start, we do not see minoritized people coming to Wales as different from Welsh people. They have embraced that. So if you look at how they recognize even the lived experiences, for example, for people, and ensure that all policies, not just racial equality policies that they have, education, infrastructure, everyone is included in that. but they also invested in it, which lacks in our own framework. And that is why I do believe their vision will be achieved, because it's not just talk. There is an action plan that they are using, which is supported by resources, and they have made tremendous progress in that. If you go to Wales right now, I think a lot of people, yes, racism is there, it's a global issue, but at least they're making a lot of effort in ensuring that people who look different are all seen as Welsh. Mm-hmm. So that is one of the best, for me, if we are to look at within the context of United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, I will recommend the Welsh.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the very last. Go ahead.
For a quick one. Chair, look, thank you all for coming in. I know it's been a long briefing, and obviously you sat in for the first panel as well, but look, just in terms of the TEO officials, we had officials in a number of weeks back just briefing us on the framework itself. Obviously you would have carried out further engagement with officials, detailing your concerns as you have outlined today in great detail. Have officials been receptive in terms of engagement that you have had with them when you're raising these specific issues?
Maybe I'll maybe let Anne-Marie speak.
Yeah. So in the racial equality subgroup, we have raised lots of queries. The response is somewhat defensive. We have found that we will get together before the submission period closes, now that we've all put together organisational responses, to collectively have time to think and put together our subgroup, given that the subgroup is mentioned and cited as a key lead in assuring accountability and the engagement. We want to make sure the structures are in place, first of all. So to date, we have engaged, members of the SAR have engaged with the officials when they first launched it, and their responses felt somewhat defensive. It was the first we'd really had sight, so we were reacting, and I've had a chance to sit with it. We are still having concerns, as a subgroup still have concerns, as you can see from the panel before us as well. So we will be responding, and in particular looking to the change in name, looking to the change of focus, and this link to TBUC and good relations. That's very much the focus, trying to understand what has happened and what the implications are for funding, resourcing, the implications are for the accountability. We've also been looking at the refugee integration strategy and the promise that would have an action plan and a report, and we haven't seen very much coming out of that, and there hasn't been very much lived experience, input or review of the actions. Also, those key actions were decided by TEO with the SPG. There is no engagement to agree what the key priorities were. So it feels quite distant, and we're watching, and we'll be responding accordingly. We had direct conversations already with TEO. Nothing we're saying now is out of hand. We've had those direct conversations with the director. There was an event last week with the Equality Commission Northern Ireland, which everybody spoke quite frankly, and we engaged very well there. But as the subgroup itself mentioned and cited, and the role that we have, we need to ensure that we understand that mechanism and the structures that go to support that. And if there is a two-way process to influence, we need to make sure we know what those structures are and use them accordingly.
I suppose from my point of view, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of everybody in the committee, but what I don't want happening is officials coming back after the consultation closes, and no doubt when the final draft is published, I wouldn't like to think that the concerns, or some of the concerns that you've raised today, I suppose the high priority concerns, aren't tangibly actually reflected in the final draft. And I don't think that's a position any of us wants to see this end up in. But look, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya. That was a really constructive question to end on, so thank you for that. I just want to pick up on that point Anne-Marie made there around the refugee integration strategy. So I don't think we've received the report. No, I think so. We forward that to you. I think we have maybe raised it, but if not, we can maybe chase that up again.
The report's been made public as well, Chair.
Yeah, of course.
And according to the strategy itself, there should be an annual report with the outcomes from the key priorities, and it shouldn't just be sitting within the committee. So we'd encourage that this is, and we also sit as part
of... you can cut it, Anne-Marie.
If it does get to committee first, because we do have a group that was set up to ensure the accountability structures of the refugee integration strategy. So that is where the function sits, and we've been keen to hear how that's progressed and the accountability of those actions and the impact more important, not just process, but the impact.
And measurement of the outcomes as well.
Yeah.
And Marie, I
Yeah.
think it's very important that they are measured, you know, and a good practice model and value for money is so important in this current climate. And if you're not delivering that, then it's no point.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you all for your time today and in preparing for the meeting. So thanks. Members, I'm going to move on quickly then. I'm conscious that we're after 6 o'clock. So with our draft forward programme there, you'll find it pages 440 to 442. And I'm going to ask the Assistant Clerk to speak to any changes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just in regards to next week, the committee obviously will receive an oral briefing on delegated legislation and the shadow redress service in terms of the bill. There'll also be an oral briefing from Migrants' Rights Network on immigration raids in Northern Ireland, and Assembly Legal Services will be coming to discuss FOI. And also I just wanted to get agreement from members. The ICRIR have came back and they're happy to brief the committee on the 17th of June if members are content that we move the Queen's University briefing on prevalence and impact of adverse childhood experiences to the 9th of September meeting.
So we had a meeting cancelled for 17th, who was that?
So the Veterans Commissioner is coming up on the 17th of June.
Move other things about.
Yeah. So it's just to get to seek agreement to move Queen's till September to accommodate ICRIR to come on the 17th of June, because I know members are keen to hear about the May report findings.
Sorry, I think that's in your head because that was maybe the day that we were going to meet with the Katie Trust in the morning.
That's what it
So that's been cancelled. Members, any other business?
Are we
Sorry,
still
we content?
doing the oral briefing on the Dillon judgment next week?
I was just going to say
Sorry.
the clerk will speak on that.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The advice I'm going to be doing a paper for next week for consideration by members. We have been informed that because the date for the review has now been set later than originally expected, there are no limitations to asking questions of the Equality Commission when they do appear before the committee on the 24th of June. So
because it's not, it's only down for listing, isn't it? It's not.
Yeah, so the sub judice doesn't kick in.
Yeah.
Yet. So say we're going to have some lines of questions, some points to make that will give you in the paper next week in advance of the Equality Commission.
There's a briefing
coming up,
next
so.
week then, is there, by the Assembly Legal Services on the Dillon judgment?
No, I spoke to Legal Services and
so that's removed from
it's not necessary because there are no limitations. If there had been, then certainly
yes, then they would have told us what we
came
couldn't
along and spoke
consent.
to us,
And then we're going to
consented
add
to
in then a briefing if it's back in time in terms of our proposed amendments from legal.
Okay, are we content? Any other business? Okay, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Barbara, I'm sorry you got a view, so I don't know what type of was.
Committee Room 30. Sound. Committee Room 30. Sound.